Yo, 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 what up? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. Shouts out to my man Kalam Thompson for joining the membership. Kalam, that really helps. We definitely appreciate it. As soon as we get you up in here and you're in a live stream, we're gonna have everybody drop them emojis for you. All right, we appreciate that. Anybody else who would like to become a member, I encourage you, please do. It really helps. The memberships are only 99 cents. That's the lowest tier. And that helps not only with the analytics, but it helps us keep the channel going, helps us to gather more information, helps us to be able to provide more accurate and more high quality live streams in video for your education and for your viewing enjoyment. All right. So again, shouts out to my man Kalam for joining. All right. We definitely appreciate that. All right. So in the building early, we got Ashkiro Moxie. All right. And Ashkiro Moxie updates us saying Nigeria finally evacuates its citizens from Ukraine. Better late than never. And I tend to agree with that. But I'd also say that they should have been on it in the beginning. All right. So y'all know how we do. Y'all know how we get down. We're going to start out with some unrelated stuff. All right. And then we're going to slowly move into the audit. All right. Also, very important, my man FU2 has arrived. What is good with you, FU2? Good to see you, sir. I hope all is well. All right. Pinned in the comment section is the link for the Oil and Gold Railroad. That is important. There's going to be some information on that channel very soon. So please make sure that you guys take a moment as you watch the video. If you're watching on the replay, hit the live chat for a second and hit that link that's pinned in there for Oil and Gold Railroad. All right. My man says, woke up and you. Yeah. Yeah, you know how we do. Super duper late, super duper early, and nothing in between. That's how we do. So, I don't know if you guys are aware. You guys probably are if you follow my channel. You know what I'm saying? I actually had talked about this before, but I didn't get a chance to do a video on it. So we'll talk about it real quick right now. Idiot Joe Biden has chosen his Supreme Court nominee, and it's Ketanji Brown. All right. Now, I don't know if you guys know about Ketanji Brown, but one of the things that Joe Biden said that he liked so much about her was that she gets along with conservative lawmakers, in particular, Mitch McConnell. Now, in my opinion, if somebody says that about a black politician, that is extremely suspect. What do you guys think? Let's listen to this video clip.
Can you believe these took only 6 minutes to make? I can't wait.
Gotta love those commercials.
I like to honor someone who dedicated his life to serve this country. Justice Breyer, an Army veteran, constitutional scholar, retiring justice of the United States Supreme Court. Justice Breyer, thank you for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean it. Get up, can't let them see you. Thank you. And we all know, no matter what your ideology, we all know one of the most serious constitutional responsibility a president has is nominating someone to serve on the United States Supreme Court. As I did 4 days ago, I've nominated the Circuit Court of Appeals, Ketanji Brown Jackson, one of our nation's top legal minds. will continue in Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence. A former top litigator in private practice, a former federal public defender, from a family of public school educators and police officers. She's a consensus builder.
She's from a family of public school educators and police officers. FU2 says, being supported by the Police Federation is all I need to know. She ain't good enough for us. And that's a fact. And she's not going to be about doing anything other than locking us up either. So let's get into this article. President Joe Biden used his primetime platform of his first State of the Union address to make the case for confirming Miami's Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court before a national television audience and chamber full of the lawmakers who will weigh the judge's nomination. Now, I didn't know that this woman is from Miami, but that's interesting. Biden's speech came just 4 days after he nominated Jackson, a federal appeals judge, to succeed retiring Justice Stephen Breyer on the Supreme Court. Here we go. A historic pick, which would make the Miami Palmetto High student or graduate, here we go, the first Black woman to serve on the nation's high courts. Now, I'm so tired of people in this first Black this and first Black that. Let me ask you guys an honest question, just so we have it for the record. Does that whole first Black trick bag hold any weight for anybody in here? Like, do you honestly care that a pro-cop KKK lover like Joe Biden decided to choose a first Black anything? I mean, his family had probably their first Black slave when? Sometime in the 1800s. So, I mean, like, in my opinion, yeah, no. Yeah, no. And in my opinion, honestly, I think it's about time that the media and that a lot of people in the United States chill out with the first Black thing. Maybe after we've vetted to make sure that, since they want us to have an acceptable level of racism, we make sure that that person has an acceptable level of Black agenda with their politics. But until then, yeah, no. So now it says, no matter what your ideology, we all know one of the most serious constitutional responsibilities a president has is nominating someone to serve on the United States Supreme Court, Biden said. As I did 4 days ago, I nominated Circuit Court of Appeals Ketanji Brown Jackson, one of our nation's top legal minds who will continue Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence. Now, in my opinion, that's interesting. That's a very interesting thing to say. If that's the case, to me, one of the things that we need to do is we need to audit Justice Breyer. What is Justice Breyer actually famous for? What is Justice Breyer famous for? Is he famous for anything significant? Is he famous for anything meaningful? What is he famous for? FU2 says she's Obama-like. Seems like a lot of people that hang around that Biden circle are extremely Obama-like, doesn't it? And let's make no mistake, being Obama-like is not a compliment. Not a compliment at all. We got Vega in the house. What up with it, Vega? Good to see you. So, interestingly, that is the end of the article. That's the end of the article, guys. Got a question for you guys, as usual. What do you think about that? What's your thoughts on it? How you guys feeling about that? I got some suspicions. I got a lot of suspicions. But we will see, you know. We will definitely see. My man Victor Costin is in the building. What's good with it, Victor? Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm suspicious. I'm not biting, you know. I'm not biting. So, I got a video here, and we're going to check out this video. And what this video is a video from March 2nd, and it's called Ukraine Conflict. African students fleeing war facing racial discrimination. Now, do you guys remember Joy Reid specifically? She specifically said that this all was Russian propaganda. But now you got the mainstream media saying it. So, in my opinion, that is extremely irresponsible journalism. And my question is, how should Joy Reid be dealt with by the Court of Public Appeals for downplaying the issues facing those Nigerians in Ukraine? That's the question. Let's check this out.
Matt, this afternoon, the UN's Refugee Agency released the latest figures on refugees leaving Ukraine since the war began. That figure is now at 846,000 people. Yesterday, that figure was floating at around the 660,000 mark, so that gives you an idea of how quickly this refugee crisis is accelerating. I would not be surprised at all if by the weekend we're looking at over 1 million people. Over the last couple of days, we've spent time down on the Hungarian-Ukrainian border to examine the experience mainly of students from African countries coming across border crossings between Ukraine and Poland. The tiny village of Zahon on the...
Now, we're going to be diving more deeply into this, all right? And I agree with you, Vic. You guys agree with Vic? Don't believe your lying eyes. That's one of the reasons why they put the lies right in front of them. You know what I'm saying? I totally agree with that statement. If you guys agree with this statement, type in a 1. If you disagree with this statement, type in a 2. Revelations family, what up with it, Tia, to you? Good to see you. So I got a lot of info that I want to talk to you guys about, all right? And you guys know how we do. If once I get to the end of all of this stuff, which will probably take forever, if you guys want me to go into the next set of stuff that I have, I'll start up another stream. Type in a 1 if you guys want that. If not, type in a 2, all right? So let me know about that. And then second, the Oil and Gold Railroad link is in the comment section. Please take a moment and make sure that you hit that link. All right.
The Hungarian border with Ukraine is basically just a train station. Now, though, becoming a major transit point out of Ukraine.
Nigerian students, 50 people, please come with me.
Nigerian embassy officials are here, for example, transporting hundreds of people to Budapest, mainly students who've been walking for days. The people we spoke to said they'd come out via Hungary in order to avoid the Ukrainian-Polish border exit points to the west.
Budapest.
Suddenly, word spreads the train on platform 1 is leaving for Budapest. Even here on the border, war, too close for comfort. It's a false alarm, though. Turns out the train isn't leaving for another 4 hours, so plenty of time to hear stories of the journey to the border. Like Victor's, a medical student in Kyiv, and his friend, Allow.
I'm a brain surgeon resident.
I don't think I've ever met a brain surgeon properly before. Victor first went to the Polish border with Ukraine to the west, but says he was told by a Ukrainian border guard that the policy was 1 foreigner allowed through for every 10 Ukrainians.
They said they had a protocol for the entry to the border, and the protocol was like,
10 number of the
10
Ukrainian
Ukrainians.
locals to one number of foreigners to gain entrance to the.
Now, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Now, I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was a policy and a ratio that they had for people who live in the country to people who don't live in the country. That was not said until I've heard this video. Did you guys know that? Now, this is interesting. This is an African guy who was a brain surgeon resident, which is very impressive. I told you guys, Nigerians are some of the smartest people on the planet. You know what I'm saying? He says that there was a policy, and the policy contains a ratio. 10 Ukrainians, I think he said, per every one foreign person getting across the border. Now, my thing that I'm curious about is, I'm not saying that that's okay. What I want to know is, does every country have a policy like that? I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Now, that creates an entirely different conversation with this situation per se. What do you guys think? Do you guys agree or disagree? This doesn't take away from the disgusting behavior that we were shown in the videos where they were pushing people off and the things that they were saying. That doesn't take anything away from that. That still happened. That's still a problem. That would probably have happened even if there was a ratio there. They probably would have broken their own policy. However, no one said anything about this policy until I've watched this news report. If you guys were aware of this policy, type in a 1. If you weren't aware of this policy, type in a 2. So my man FU2 says, a lot of countries do this. And that sounds like something that a lot of countries would do. It does. That's why when I heard this, because I haven't watched this. This is my first time. This is a raw reaction. When I first heard this, I said, oh, this kind of changes that conversation a little bit. It doesn't change the conversation about the behavior that was displayed by the Ukrainians, but it does kind of shed some light on certain things. So I'm interested. That might be something that I do as a side project. I want to see if we have a policy like that, quote, for Americans. I wouldn't be shocked if U.S. State Department had something like that, or whoever it is that I think the State Department is in charge of the passports, so it probably would be the State Department. Yeah, see, I didn't know about it either, Vic. I didn't know about it either. FU2 says, remember, America is the only country that does give us your poor, weak, and all bullshit. Yeah, right. No, that's big facts, bro. Big facts.
Our Polish border.
Did a border guard say that to you?
Yes, a few of them. The lady who works with the border guard said that.
They are not allowing any black people to enter inside the gates.
Many of the students we spoke to said they'd come south to the Hungarian border because of phone footage.
So now that's interesting, because the thing is, see, that puts a whole entire new spin on that thing right there. And in this particular instance, I blame the media for not disseminating the information properly. See, and what's good with it, Drevlock? Drevlock says, Vietnam, U.S. passport, get on board. No passport, hold back and see. And I can see that. I could see that. I could see that happening. I could definitely see that being a problem, which is one of the reasons why, again, it's so important to have a passport. So my question for everybody that's in here is, do you all have passports to your respective country where you're from? Do you all have a passport? And do you know how to contact your embassy if you're ever traveling or you have any issues? If you have your passport, type in a 1. If you don't have your passport, type in a 2. And my question for you twos is, do you know how to get one? It's not difficult.
Footage like this from border crossings into Poland. Videos purporting to show foreigners being treated differently by Ukrainian border guards at the long queues going west into Poland, something the UN's High Commissioner for Refugees has acknowledged was happening. Augustine's university lectures for medicine were due to start properly in March. Aspirations derailed for now by war. At the border crossing he first went to, he says there was a policy of large groups of black people being separated from Ukrainians. Did somebody actually say that to you? How do you know that that was the case?
They didn't actually say it, but we could observe it.
In what way? How did you observe that?
We saw, like, we were in a queue. At first, blacks were, it wasn't like that.
Now, see, now now this is interesting, right? Because this creates a situation here. What I would like to see is I would like to see if there were black Ukrainian nationals, black Ukrainian citizens, if they were getting pushed off trains also. If they were pushing black Ukrainian citizens off of the trains also, now we have an even bigger problem. That I need to see. Do you guys agree that if we're able to see evidence of what was done with black Ukrainian citizens, that would be more of a determinant of what was going on here? That would be my question. Another question that I have with this particular situation is, did the Nigerian embassy and did the Ukrainian embassy tell these students the policy if they needed to emergently evacuate from the country? Were they given a proper orientation? That's my question. So now, because of this news report, I have more questions about what actually went on. So Vega agrees and FU2 agrees. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see the evidence of that. Now, if those Ukrainians are saying the same thing to black Ukrainian citizens and pushing them off of the train, now we have an even bigger problem. So I would need to see that. But then again, see, I don't even know if there are any black Ukrainian citizens. I don't know if there's any at all. So that's something that we would have to find out.
We were all moving together. That it got to a time blacks were somewhere else, and other white color skin were also somewhere else, and they were actually moving a little bit faster. The blacks weren't going at all.
Did they separate the queues?
Yes.
So black people were in one queue and white people were in another queue.
Mm-hmm.
Black people are eventually getting across into Poland, though. But unlike Ukrainians who are being picked up by friends and family, foreign students, for example, have to wait longer at places like Przemyśl in Poland.
Właśnie odprowadzamy pana, który chodzi po Przemyślu bez dokumentów. Nie wie po co. Żadnych dokumentów.
Last night, patrols from the Polish far right confronted refugees in that town. In one case, chasing groups of black people through the streets.
Now, that's interesting that they had these, quote, far-right groups chasing black people through the streets. My question is, why is it that, everybody has not seen this this report here? This is interesting. So if you guys can, if you can please smash the like button and share this video out, because, I think this is pretty important.
In normal times, people from African nations would need to apply for Schengen visas to go from Ukraine to Poland. But because of the war, there's now no visa requirement on anyone entering countries like Poland from Ukraine. In a statement, the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry said there was a first-come, first-served policy at the border independent of race or nationality. They also said that because of active fighting, they were encouraging foreign students to stay in their place of residence. This carriage is full of young Moroccans, all from the same faculty of medicine at Kharkiv University, full of dreams dashed.
The war shattered our dreams. We don't know what's gonna happen to us. We can't know what are we gonna be a future doctors or not.
Did you always want to be a doctor?
Yes, yes, since I was a child.
And our parents, they were very, very scared. It was like terrible.
So if you guys take a look at this statistic that Drevlock put into the chat, Ukraine demographic list 1.8% other. So I mean they're damn near almost a white ethnic state, a white ethno state. All else are listed by Balkan origins, Baltic origins mainly. So those are other Eastern Europeans. So I'm curious what that I'm curious what the composition of that 1.8% is. Probably a lot of Muslims, and probably like people from Afghanistan, Syria, places like that. They're probably not even Africans or black people. Probably some Asians in there too, because those Eastern European countries are pretty close to Asia. So that's interesting. So we might not be able to get an example of the what if scenario. You know what I'm saying? Do you that's cool. That gives us at least a something we could work with as far as an estimate. But I doubt that the number has changed. It probably hasn't changed. You know what I'm saying? That number is probably good enough. It's probably within, plus or minus 5%. So
These are not the only refugees for whom war has wrecked aspirations. That's so cool. Is that you? Margarita, for example, waiting on the platform, is a Ukrainian artistic gymnastics champion. One of the casualties of war can be the aspirations of the young, people's plans for themselves torn up, inequality accentuated. In war, in other words, some are more unequal than others.
So I thought that was pretty interesting. That'll be linked in the description box as well. What did you guys think? Did that shed a little bit more light on that situation? What do you guys think? FU2 says they got Russia only got 50,000 black Russians last reporting in 2009. Yeah, you know what? Russia Today actually did a documentary on the black Russians that they have living there. Vegas says, yeah, it did shine a little bit more light on it. It's got me more curious. I want to do some more research. I want to do some more research because I'd like to see if they have any examples of what I was talking about there. Because to me, that would be the ultimate determinant. That would be the ultimate determinant. So, shouts out again to Ash Kiro Moxie. Let me see if I can find her comment real quick. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Nigeria finally evacuates its citizens from Ukraine. Better late than never. Now, I got a question. How do you think the United States would have responded if there were Americans in Ukraine? And to be honest, I bet you there are some Americans in Ukraine. My question is, what's going on with them? You remember what happened last time the United States had a situation like this, don't you? Do you guys remember? If you guys remember, last time a country destabilized and collapsed on itself, what happened? What did the United States do for the citizens that it had in that country? Do you know? Because that has happened. You guys know? We had that happen recently. You know what I'm saying? So while you guys are thinking about that, Let's take a look at this.
Role of social media in the war in Ukraine, and for this I'm joined by Peter O'Brien in the studio. Hi, Peter.
Hi.
It may seem frivolous to comment on tweets and memes when there's such a devastating loss of life underway.
Yeah, it may seem that way, but in fact, social media is having a direct impact on the way this war is shaping up. What successes Ukraine might have had so far? Well, in part, they're thanks to Zelensky and his team, who are remarkably good at whipping up support online. Zelensky, of course, being a...
Do you guys remember what we talked about when we talked about post-truth media, post-truth society, post-truth politics? Social media changing the way that people see a certain situation is all a part of that. And this is what you see. We are getting bombarded. I don't know if you guys are aware. We're getting bombarded with propaganda 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. And it changes the way people look at certain things. It gets people involved. All of it is propaganda. All of it has reasons why certain information is or isn't in the reports. That's a fact. If you guys agree with Victor, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. I agree. I agree. I totally agree. And I like the way that FBA did it. FBA didn't take any positions in the conflict. We just said treat the Nigerians the same way that you would treat any other human being, which is all we should have did. I took the approach with grace, you know, and finesse, the way that it should have been done, and that's it. That's all that needs to be done. Everything, anytime any situation like this is addressed, it should be quick, accurate, and concise. It shouldn't be overly emotional. It shouldn't overextend itself. It shouldn't be discussing anything else. Just the basics, you know. Act like normal people. Let the people through. Call it a day. Here's more evidence that you all have a racism issue there. Okay. That's it. That's how it should always be done.
Former top media personality, he knows how to create a viral moment, and that this has not just inspired Ukrainians, but people internationally as well, including business leaders and world leaders as well. So moments I'm talking about, like the famous quote, "I don't need a ride, I need ammo," the moment where he went into the streets of Kiev just after the Kremlin had said that he'd fled to film a video of himself denying this. And sometimes not all is exactly what it seems. The Snake Island soldiers, for instance, Zelensky claimed they'd heroically died. Now we know that they're probably alive, but he'd already created such a powerful story around this that this went viral as well, of course.
And there's a wealth of archive material of Zelensky himself from his days as an actor and comedian.
Of course there is. I mean, we've also seen millions of people watching clips of him from his TV show where he played a president, or his dance.
So did you guys know that this Zelensky guy was an actor? I didn't know that. This is new information for me. If you guys knew that the president of Ukraine was a TV show personality, type in a 1. If you didn't, type in a 2. This is all new for me.
Moves from Dancing with the Stars. My point is that his online star power has resulted in real geopolitical gains. So let me give you a couple of examples. Zelensky actually tweeted to thank Turkey for closing access to the Black Sea, but it was a ploy. Turkey hadn't, in fact, done this yet, although they subsequently did, closing the Black Sea to all warships, not just Russian ones. His team asked Elon Musk on Twitter for his Starlink satellite infrastructure. They then received this, but how effective it is, we're not yet sure. And perhaps it's not a stretch to say that.
So do you see how this Zelensky guy is doing with the word games? Wow, that's interesting. So Drevlock says Zelensky played the president in a TV sitcom. That's interesting. See, you wouldn't get any of this kind of information if you didn't watch international news. So so now you see where a lot of the theatrics and a lot of the posturing and a lot of the ways that the social media posts are framed. You see? So this is fascinating. And for this video, if there's anybody that wants to reference it, the link to this website will definitely be in the description box once I update it.
That's wins like getting the West to impose such severe sanctions on Russia, or getting tech companies to restrict their services within Russia, are in part because of Zelensky's online clout. In any case, it's clear Russia sees this social media influence as a threat. Today, the chairman of the State Duma actually said that social media was being used as a weapon against them.
It's also, I think, a sign of the generational divide between those who are digitally savvy and those who are firmly still in the analog days. You mentioned their big tech companies. What role are they playing in all of this?
Well, we have to remember how slow the likes of Meta, Twitter, and Google have been when previously addressing big topics around controversial content. But this time, we've almost seen an existential change overnight because of pressure from Ukrainian politicians and local politicians. Well, they've lurched away from their kind of founding beliefs about free speech after Russian state-backed media was widely condemned for spreading misinformation about the war. Well, these social platforms banned the key Russian state-backed media in Europe and stopped them from running ads globally. Now, in response, Russia restricted access to Twitter and Meta's platforms. It's now very difficult for tens of millions of Russians to access them, although crucially, they do still have access to Telegram. Russia has actually today made publishing what they call fake news about the army punishable by 15 years prison. Some Ukrainian officials want the tech giants to go further. They want them to pull out of Russia completely. But these social media companies say, no, it's important that we remain a presence there so that ordinary Russians can have access to external information.
Now, I have a question. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that social media companies should pull out of Russia? What do you guys think? I don't think that they should. Now, as far as how they deal with the Russian government, that's how they deal with the Russian government. But the people in the country shouldn't have to deal with the consequences of the irresponsible leadership. I don't think it should be like that in Russia or Ukraine or any country. We're talking about auditing Africa. I've been saying that Africans shouldn't be going through the nonsense that they're going through.
Now, some commentators are calling this the first social media war. Do you buy into that, Peter?
Well, sort of. I think it's been called that because it's really the sheer saturation of videos that we're seeing coming out. And if you think just 30 years ago when we had something so iconic as the Tank Man photo come out of Tiananmen Square, well, now it's kind of mind-boggling to think that every few days we have another video come out of Ukrainian citizens stopping tanks themselves. Also bear in mind that because of TikTok, this is potentially the war which is being most viewed by young people and children around the world ever. So social media has been important in other conflicts in the last 15 years, but this is perhaps what I'd call the first social media world war, if I can, because given how invested people are globally in this conflict and following it online, but also actually participating in it in some ways as well.
And what kind of participation are you actually talking about?
Well, of course, we've had huge online fundraising rounds, both with cryptocurrency and normal currency. We've also had vigilante hackers en masse on both sides. So the volunteer IT army of Ukraine now has some 280,000 members, at least on its Telegram account. Social media is actually supplying the real volunteer army in Ukraine as well. A subreddit dedicated to advice on how to get to Ukraine and how to fight there has more than 35,000 members, and it's filled with posts sort of saying, I'm going to join the fight. Even people without IT skills or military experience have been taking part. You can see here, for instance, part of the review bombing that's been going on Russian restaurants in major Russian cities on Google Maps and afisha.ru, which is a Russian lifestyle guide. They read things like this, the review, you know, the food was good, but Putin spoiled our mood by invading Ukraine. And you might think, what's the point of all this? Well, I talked to Natalie Veremieva, who's the director of the NGO Tech Ukraine, which promotes the Ukrainian tech industry. She's actually in Kiev right now, and she says it's all about encouraging Russians to turn against the Kremlin.
This is important because this is not because we want to get some punishment for Russians, but rather we want to create this extra pressure for every ordinary Russians. They will feel that there is something going on that is really, really wrong, and they need to correct it as soon as possible because what is happening is just not right.
Of course, whether this global participation in the social media war persists for very long, we'll have to see. The internet, as we know, has a notoriously short attention span.
All right, guys. So what do you guys think about that? I tend to agree with some of that stuff that was said there. And as we know, that's why we went through all of that stuff on Post-Truth, because you need to understand the kind of propaganda that you're bombarded with so that you're able to do the proper assessment on whatever kind of information that it is that you're looking at, to where you can pick out what needs to be fact-checked and double-checked. Okay. Nigeria has evacuated 807 of its citizens from war-raged Ukraine as of Saturday. All right. The evacuees arrived at the Namindi Akizwi Airport, Abuja, on 3 flights. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the first batch of 450 Nigerians stranded in Ukraine arrived aboard Max Air Flight 747 at 7:10 a.m. on Friday through Romania. Now, what I find interesting, again, is that a lot of this, you didn't really see a lot of this in the mainstream. And one of the reasons why I think you didn't see too much of this in the mainstream is because I really think that they are really trying to play with Black people's heads, and they really want to keep your head in this and want to try to make you where you're just automatically American without looking at anything. And they know that, you know, they'll be like, oh, well, you know, we can mess with their emotional heartstrings by showing this and then not showing when it gets resolved. Well, I don't think that they anticipated that people are not really paying attention to the lamestream, maelstream, nonsensical, illegitimate media anymore. So there was no real response. And again, if they had been paying attention to the way the message was delivered from Black people, which they never do. See, what they're doing is they're going off of Joy Reid's nonsense as if she's, quote, the voice. But they don't listen to anything grassroots, because if they had to listen to anything grassroots, they would have known that we just did our coverage on it about it as an overarching Black situation. But when it comes to dedication to it, it's more of an indifferent standpoint. I mean, we said what we had to say. Now we're done. The second batch came aboard Air Peace Boeing 777-300 flight APK 7534 and arrived in Abuja with 183 passengers, including kids, through Warsaw. Report says that many Nigerians and other nationals have fled Ukraine into neighboring countries since Russia launched its full-scale invasion on its neighbor on February 24th. The federal government approved the release of $8.5 million on Wednesday for immediate evacuation of at least 5,000 Nigerians fleeing the Russian-Ukrainian conflict zone to Poland, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia. Now, this is interesting. Do you see how they phrased this? They act like the federal government specifically set aside $8.5 million for these 5,000 Nigerians. Do you guys see how they wrote that? Gamer JM says, this just ties back to the idea that no crime is random. No person is inherently bad. Only when we examine the source of our spiritual corruption, there is always a source. Can we break the curse that has been passed to us? The widely popularized but entirely false notion that some people are just born bad has done unfathomable amounts of damage to the world's collective love while simultaneously blocking much needed healing. I know, right? That's what white people did to black people, in case you weren't aware. Just so we're aware, you know what I mean? On February 28th, the federal government said Nigeria's diplomatic mission had received 256 citizens from Ukraine at Bucharest, Hungary, Poland, and Romania following the invasion. The Nigerians in Diaspora Commission had been at the forefront of the evacuation. All right, so I think, yeah, this is the end of that article. So I'm not sure if this 807 is the total, but I think there was multiple groups of Nigerians who were brought back. There were multiple groups. Now, you guys never answered my question, and I really want to know because I'm curious. Do you guys remember when the United States had a situation like this? Our embassy didn't really do well. Do you guys remember who it was that we had a situation like this with? If you know who we had a situation like this with, type in a 1 and type in who it was, because it was really recent. Everybody should remember. Maybe you don't, but you should. Nigeria evacuates additional 305 citizens from war-ravaged Ukraine. So what do we do with this on the audit? As far as the audit, what do we do with this? Is this a plus or a minus? It's a minus that it took them as long as it did and that they were unprepared, but it's a plus that they at least got them out. I think what will be important to make a final determination on an audit value for this, as far as whether it's a credit or a debit, is to see if it successfully got all the Nigerians out. If they successfully got all the Nigerians out with the minimum amount of damage, I don't think it would be that bad. I think it could be a small valued plus. They would need to improve on their efficiency, their education. They would need to improve on, their turnaround time. But if they successfully get everyone out without harm, I think we could go ahead and give a credit for this on the audit. What do you guys think? This is from World Stage News Online. A new batch of 306. All right, a new batch of 306 Nigerians returned home from war-ravaged Ukraine on Sunday. All right, so that was yesterday, March 6th. Okay, this article came out on March 6th. The Nigerians in Diaspora Commission stated that they arrived at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, at about 12:30 a.m. All right. So what this looks like here is this looks like it's just a reprint of that article that we just read. Okay. So I got one more. All right. And if you guys can, if you can smash that like button and also share the video out, that'd be great. Yeah, that's a great way to mark it. Do you guys agree with Drevlock on the audit? We'll mark it as pass conceded. They get the credit, but not the prerequisite. Yeah, I'm down with that. Facts. And they also still need to improve it. It's not like it's a good thing. It's just, barely sufficient. Now, this is an article from February 24th. which is interesting because when did they really start talking about this situation? Because if I'm not mistaken, February 24th, isn't that actually when the date of the invasion started? The invasion started allegedly on February 24th, right? If you guys can let me know, I'm pretty sure it is. Maybe it'll tell us in the article. Nigerian authorities have announced a special flight operation to evacuate their citizens from Ukraine following the Russian invasion on Thursday. Let me see what day the 24th was real quick. Wait a minute. Let's see. The 24th was Thursday. Huh. I'm pretty sure that's when the invasion started. But don't quote me. Thursday's announcement by Nigerian authorities followed distress calls made by Nigerian nationals in Ukraine, including students. Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Ministry said it had been reassured by the Nigerian embassy in Ukraine of the safety of Nigerians in that country, and said measures were being undertaken to keep them safe and facilitate the evacuation of those who wish to leave. I think they were. I think they might have overestimated their effectiveness there. I don't think they were really reporting that too accurately, because what it looked like when we saw the videos was it pretty much looked like an extremely chaotic situation. Toby Admiyi, a Nigerian student in Ukraine's capital, said he'd heard explosions on Thursday, artillery bomb blast and everything. He said it's affected some civilian buildings across Ukraine. The situation is now that they're trying to come into Kyiv. At this point, everybody is stuck in Ukraine. There are 4,000 Nigerian students in Ukraine. Airports, train stations, and taxis were shut down Thursday. Nigerian authorities promised to airlift residents wanting to leave once the airports reopen. But Abuja resident Christian Paul, who has a relative who traveled to Ukraine last week, is worried. Whenever these powers of the world go to war, they come with their allies, Paul said. The probability of bringing their allies into this situation is very high, and that's why it gives me concern, because you don't know how that can turn out. This is the same way World War II started. Russia assembled nearly 200,000 troops on the borders of Ukraine for the multi-pronged attack. Russian President Vladimir Putin said the invasion targeted military installations in Ukraine, but many fear there will be civilian casualties. This week, Nigerian lawmakers raised concerns that citizens might be caught in the crossfire. Abuja resident Paul Inem fears consequences will be felt well beyond Ukraine. The whole world is going to feel the heat. Oh, and they are. Just wait until later, guys, because we're going to show literally how the rest of the world is going to be feeling the heat. What is going to be the fate for Africa? How is business going to be? He asked. This is the largest land invasion of a country in Europe since the end of World War II. So this is interesting. Again, new information. I mean, it seems to me that situation in Nigeria, or I'm sorry, that situation in Ukraine with the Nigerians had been going on for a long time. That's the way they presented it in the media. Or I'm sorry, that it was just something that had just happened. But it seems like that started in the phone calls and the emergencies and all of that right at the beginning. Right at the beginning of the conflict. So it's interesting, those time frames. That's why I wanted to know what was up with Thursday, with the 24th. Is that the date? So this is the question that everybody wants to know, at least this part, because nobody's really saying anything about any Indian students, because for whatever reason, even though they keep mentioning Indian students, there's no videos of Indian students being pushed off of buses. There's no There's no videos of Indians being chased through the street. So I don't know why they keep putting Indian there. The Indian students clearly weren't facing the same issues as the African students. So now we got to ask ourselves the question, why does the media keep phrasing it like this? See, the media has all different kinds of machines at work. They have all different kinds of machines at work. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has caused a mass exodus of civilians, including thousands of international students from Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Now, here's the thing. You see how they keep saying Africa, Asia, and the Middle East? They keep trying to take the focus off of the anti-Black racism, because the anti-Black racism almost absolutely collaborates and substantiates the Nazi infiltration that the United States supports, that is the Ukrainian military and government. So most people don't know that Nazis had a friendly relationship with Asians and people from the Middle East. If I'm not mistaken, there was an attempt by Hitler to relocate some people in Iran. Also, Japan bombed us as part of the Axis powers, and they were clicked up with the Axis powers, which was Italy and Germany. So again, those two groups have a history of allying with WS, even in war times. That's not misinformation. That's the facts. But nowadays, they've changed those people into, quote, people of color, to give them just enough proximity to Blackness where they can take away any kind of issue that we have specifically because we're Black. And they can point fingers at us and say, see, these people who aren't white are doing it. Why aren't you? It's the only reason why that shit exists. The reason why they introduced that into this story is to try to delegitimize the claims of anti-Black racism while making it appear as if they're trying to get out legitimate news. If there's no video of Asians being pushed off of trains, if there's no videos of Middle Eastern people being pushed off of trains, they don't have any place being mentioned in this story. The only people you saw getting chased through the street by pro-white Polish and Ukrainian authorities were Africans. You didn't see Asians and you didn't see Middle Easterners. So again, my question is, why are they in this story? Why are they part of this headline? Does that make any sense? Ukraine was home to over 76,000 foreign students, according to government data from 2020. Nearly a quarter of the students were from Africa, with the largest numbers coming from Nigeria, Morocco, and Egypt. And what's interesting is when it comes to the African ones, we all know that the Moroccans, what the modern day Moroccans and the modern day Egyptians look like. The only people that they were showing were Nigerians. Now, what do you think the strategy and purpose was in doing that? Because I mean, if this is such a big problem, if this is happening so widespread, I mean, they should have been able to get access to anybody for an interview. And I mean, you know, historically, we're not going to give Black people all the shine. We have to downplay what's going on with them. What's good, Michael? What up with it, bro? Michael says, Rob, you got to watch the interview tonight on Al Jazeera with the president of Namibia. All right, for sure. It's on Al Jazeera. Will they stream it on YouTube or Facebook or some internet platform or something like that? If they do, I'll definitely be on it. I'll check it out. Oh, yeah, man. We definitely gotta watch that. We definitely gotta watch that then. I don't know how Al Jazeera does with their I don't know how Al Jazeera does with their copyrights if they're really crazy like that. But shit, man, I should stream it. If you guys want me to stream that, if I can find it, type in a 1. If you don't, type in a 2. That could be what we do after I get done with this. If that's something y'all would be interested in, let me know. I'll try to see if I can find it. India easily accounts for the highest portion with over 20,000 students. So the most of the college students were Indian in Ukraine. The students studying medicine, engineering, and business are an important part of the country's economy, but Russia launches the biggest European invasion since World War II. Thousands of them have fled. Hundreds are still trapped, and many remain uncertain about the fate of their education. Okay. This is interesting. Now, I got a question. I want you guys to let me know what your thoughts are. Do you have any ideas about this? My man Bronze the God is in the building. What up with it, bro? All right, yeah, we'll definitely try to find it. And if I'm not about to pass out like a zombie, we'll definitely stream it and talk about it. So now that we're asking the question, what is the attraction of Ukraine? What do you guys think the attraction of Ukraine was for the students to be there? Why did they want to be there? And if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure that you smash that like button. If you haven't hit the link that's pinned in the comment section, hit the link for Oil and Gold Railroad, because I'm telling you, before the end of the week, there's going to be a couple streams and some videos posted on there. Some important stuff, because we got a lot of changes going on. I don't know if you guys are aware. Are you guys aware of all the changes going on? Quick question off the topic. Who's seen the gas price? If you've seen the gas price, type in a 1. If you haven't seen the gas prices, type in a 2. Now, the reason why I ask about the gas prices, like I said, we're going to be doing the Oil and Gold Railroad. And that's about commodities, commodity behavior, and commodity investment opportunities. Has everything that we've talked about so far come true as far as the markets go? That's my question for you guys. Has the information here been accurate with all elements? That's my question for you guys. I drive a damn 5.7 Hemi. Whoo-wee. Man, you about to be spending a whole paycheck every time you fill up. You about to be spending a whole paycheck, bro, every single time you hit the pump. That's wild. That is wild. Oh, another thing that I want to tell you guys is I see that you guys have really been hitting the like button on those extremely short videos, on the 45-second videos. Every time I post one of those, if you guys can always make sure you smash the like on those videos and at least comment on them, that would be great. You don't even have to watch it all the way through. If you only watch half of those short videos, just hit the like button, jot a comment on those short ones. All right. We already got 7 likes on the short one that I just dropped about the algorithm. Make sure y'all hit that like button on that, because I'm doing an experiment and I need to see what happens. Ukraine has long appealed to foreign students, which can be dated back to the Soviet era, when there was a lot of investment in higher education and a deliberate attempt to attract students from newly independent African empires. So this is interesting. It looks like the Ukraine may market to Africa to try to have the students come there. Now, Ukrainian universities are seen as a gateway to the European job market, offering affordable course prices, straightforward visa terms, and the possibility of permanent residency. So the Ukrainian universities are seen as a gateway to the European job market. offering affordable course prices, straightforward visa terms, and the possibility of permanent residency. That's interesting. What do you guys think about that? Ukrainian degrees are widely recognized and offer a high standard of education. My question, is like the question that I've been asking, is why isn't there a university that offers this in Nigeria? Nigeria should have a university that provides education as good as this. Why isn't there one there? That's the question that I've been asking that I have yet to receive an answer on. A lot of medical students in particular want to go there as they have had good standard for medical facilities, he added. Desmond Chinaza Mukwado, a Nigerian student who had been based in the city of Dnipro, said he was attracted by the relaxed admission requirements and the cheap cost of living compared to other European cities. He enrolled at the University of Customs and Finance less than 3 months ago. Many courses are offered in English, but the 30-year-old was undertaking a preliminary Ukrainian language course before moving on to study international relations. I was a welder back in Nigeria and I needed an education to accomplish things, he told BBC from a hostel in Poland after fleeing the conflict. Ukraine was the best option for me. What do you guys think about that? That's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? What do you think about that? That's an interesting way to go about dealing with that problem. Yeah, the gas prices are bananas. Mike, I missed that. I didn't see that you had wrote that in, but yeah, you're right. So now here it says, where are the students now? Like Mr. Mukwado, more than 10,000 other African students have managed to flee the conflict and enter neighboring countries, according to the EU. There have been reports of foreign students receiving racist treatment at the border, with social media footage showing Ukrainian officials preventing some from crossing. Hundreds of students are still believed to be in Ukraine, but it's hard to confirm exact numbers. Oh, wow. One Indian student was killed when he ventured outside to buy some food. Now, I wonder who killed him. Who do y'all think killed this Indian student? Who do y'all think killed this Indian student? I want to see. I bet you it was a Ukrainian that killed him. And the reason why I bet you it was a Ukrainian that killed him is because they're not saying, they would have flat out said this was a Russian soldier that killed him if he was Russian. What do you guys think? The natives, yeah. I bet you they did. Bron says couldn't be the wonderful people of Ukraine. Facts. Let's take a look. How many of y'all think that Ukraine did it? If you think Ukraine did it, type in a 1. If you think it was a Russian that did it, type in a 2. This is interesting. Let's check this out. So we got the report right here from BBC. Ukraine invasion. Indian student killed as he tried to buy food. An Indian medical student was killed in a shelling in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv after he left the bunker he'd been sheltering in to buy food. So what they're saying is that he was killed in a shelling. So basically, like, I guess there was like some gunfire from planes or something like that. But it's not saying that he was struck from a bullet from one of those. All it's saying is that he was killed during one. So now here it says one of his friends said Naveen Gayanogar, who is 22, had spoken to him shortly before his death on Tuesday. Thousands of Indian citizens are still in Ukraine and are pleading to be evacuated after Russian troops invaded. India has launched an operation to get its citizen home, but has been facing logistical hurdles. India's foreign ministry confirmed that Gayanogar had died in a shelling in Kharkiv and said it was in contact with its family. Many students in Ukraine have been tweeting that finding food and supplies has become difficult since Russia invaded last week. Why do you guys think that is? That's interesting. So if they're hard to find, then that means that the demand has increased for them, right? That's that economy. That's that economy. So that's interesting. We can finish that article some other time. We're going to get back to the main one that we were reading because we can actually do something else with that article. What up with it, Ash Kiro? What's good? So, yeah, we'll definitely do something with this at a later date. Some students have told the BBC First Extra podcast, if you don't know, that their universities refused to move their classes online before the invasion, despite repeated requests to do so. The university ignored our pleas and concerns for over 1 month, said Mary, a Nigerian medical student in her final year studying in northeastern Ukraine. She said they had begged the university to allow them to leave, she added. The students were told that they would be fined if they missed their classes, which is standard policy in some Ukrainian universities. So we didn't have a choice. Now, here's my question. How come the mainstream media isn't talking about this? Yeah, I wrote Al-Shababble on purpose because that's all they do is bomb and babble. Mary is now stranded in Sumy, near the Russian border, a town that has been subjected to sustained attacks. We didn't come to Ukraine for all of this. We came to study and then go home. She said she and friends were now running out of food and going out to get supplies was not safe because of the constant shelling. Now, this is interesting, right? This is interesting. I want you guys to pay attention to what this woman said. She said, we didn't come to Ukraine for all of this. We came to study and then go home. So let me just ask you this. Appreciate it, Tia. Let me just ask you guys this. If somebody has the plans to go in, get something that you have to offer, and then leave, you kind of look at that person different than you look at the people that you know have a long-term history or a long-term intention on being a part of, you know, your city or a part of your country or whatever, right? Because they're not going to be contributing to the economy after they've completed whatever process it is that they're for, which is one of the reasons why they have those rules, like 10 nationals per 1 foreign person or per 3 foreign people, because they know that the foreign people are going to go leave and there's not going to be any more interaction with that person in their economy. So that's another interesting way to look at it, and we'll show more evidence of that. But there's many ways that they can try to wiggle out of a lot of these things that they're claiming. You know what I'm saying? She said she and friends were now running out of food and going out to get supplies was not safe because of the constant shelling. Mary's University admitted that it did not believe Russia would really attack, but it denied sanctioning students who decided to leave the country ahead of the invasion. It moved classes online for all students the day before the Russian forces entered Ukraine. So here's my. They're not talking about the failure of the Ukrainian universities. What's good with it, Volvo? I mean, let me ask you guys a question here in the comments. Is there not a clear failure on the part of the Ukrainian universities? I mean, in my opinion, it's very obvious that there was some clear negligence going on. They weren't listening to what they were being told by the students. You know, there's that. So it's just weird. Christophe, a 22-year-old Cameroonian student, spoke to BBC from inside a basement in the southern city of Kherson, which has been taken by Russian forces. We are not going outside because we're scared. Well, if you don't go outside, you're not going to get back to Africa either. So you need to make a decision. Like, you can't operate in life like that. I'm just going to sit still because I'm scared. You can't do that. And but this is what it said though, Ash Kiro Moxie. Ukraine, that college, those students were telling the college to either give them online classes or let them go back home. And the college said that they were going to charge the classes. They were going to charge the students. They were going to punish the students if they went home. Nobody's talking about that part. No one's talking about that part. He said that he and more than 20 fellow students had spent the past week in a basement with no light, listening to the sounds of shelling and gunshots. It's like a dead city. There's no one outside at all. He said he had not seen any sign of African people being harassed during the conflict, but he thought it was wise to stay inside. Yeah, now you wisen up. Probably would have been smart to stay inside Africa too. It's the most safe thing to do right now. We don't want to put ourselves in danger, aside from just being there in the first place. I mean, there's that. I mean, that's very dangerous. You know what I'm saying? The international business student was 1 year into his bachelor's degree at the Kherson National Technical University when the fighting began. It's difficult to imagine finishing your studies in this sort of environment, he said. In another part of the city, Memandi Domboya, a computer science student from Guinea, said, I want to go back to my country. We can't study in war. I mean, really? You're more than likely wherever you're going back to is already at war. Not trying to be funny, but like they should have. I don't know why they were acting like that. Not some shit that they deal with all the time. But anyway, he spoke to the BBC from inside a dark basement, surrounded by his classmates from Gabon, Senegal, and Cameroon. We don't have any water. We don't have any light, he said. What are the governments doing to help? So we've already read about what the governments are doing to help. We know that Nigeria has not airlifted a bunch of people. We can actually come back to this at some point because I'm sure this isn't the conclusion of the story. I'm sure that there will be more elements of the story. All right. I want to see something real quick. Let me see. Oh, yeah, here it is. So I don't know if DJ Elmo is in here, but shouts out to DJ Elmo. He sent a story. All right. And it's part of the accounting. Africa Confidential. This is a special report of how Vincent Ballore won control of Ghana's biggest port. Now, this is going to be a raw reaction because I don't know anything about this. This is a topic that is completely new to me. I don't know who Vincent Ballore is. Is there anybody in here that knows who Vincent Ballore is? If you know who Vincent Ballore is, type in a 1. If you don't, type in a 2. There we go. French billionaire Vincent Ballore added Tema to the 15 West African ports he already controlled by ripping off the country, a secret report says. How should we account for that on the audit? How should we account for that on the audit? The French ports to media conglomerate Ballore Africa Logistics, partnered by the Danish shipping giant Maersk's port arm, APM Terminals, opened a hugely profitable state-of-the-art container terminal at Ghana's Tema port in July of 2019. So already we got French and Danish. French and Danish. So what we're gonna do with this is a long report. We might have to dedicate an entire episode to this, to talk about this. But the reason why I wanted to show you guys this is because this involves Ghana's biggest port. Losing control of your country's biggest port is huge. That's like something that no one in their right mind would give away willingly. And that guy did. And I guarantee you, nothing good came out of it. I guarantee you that nothing good came out of it. Okay. So we'll be going into detail about that very soon. Yeah, it's absolutely absurd. So now it's time to talk about Al-Shababble. The most villainous, sandal-wearing Muslim dusties. All right. Al-Shababble, militant group, killers. These are people that derange the internal politics of Africa and make it damn near impossible for them to ever fix anything. These people are thugs. They got their religion that has driven them completely crazy from those Arab countries in the Middle East. In my opinion, if they want to tear some shit up, that's where they should be tearing shit up at. Not in Africa. Do you guys agree or do you disagree? Now, my question is, if the United States can't handle a bunch of 90-pound stick figures in Jesus sandals, what do we think that the United States is going to do with Russia or China or anybody else? Because the reason why I say that is the United States is allegedly in Somalia regulating these people. Allegedly. That's allegedly what they're doing. I mean, clearly they're not. But I mean, that's what they claim that they're doing, though. You know what I'm saying? That's what they claim is going on. I don't know if it is or if it isn't, though. This is interesting. Ash Moxie says they're not Muslim. They have co-opted the name. I think the West is helping to prop them up. That's interesting. They could be. Honestly, I think the West pays the good guys and the bad guys. I think the West pays the government and pays these people, but they only report on they only report on giving aid to the government because that makes it look like they're doing something ethical when they're not. All they're doing is paying African groups to continue fighting with each other so that they can keep control of the resources. And hopefully one day Africans wake up and realize that. Harakat al-Shabab al-Mujahideen. Harakat Mujahideen is the youth movement or movement of striving youth, more commonly known as Al-Shabab, is a Somalia-based jihadist terrorist fundamentalist group active in East Africa and Yemen. The group describes itself as waging jihad against, quote, enemies of Islam, and is engaged in combat against the federal government of Somalia and the African Union mission to Somalia. That must be the American group. That must be the pro-Western prop group. We'll see. Now, let's get into the audit. Al-Shabab, is that a debit or a credit? Is Al-Shabab in the fighting with the government in Africa a debit or a credit? That's what I need to know. The group has been suspected of having links with Al-Qaeda in Islamic Maghreb and Boko Haram. Due to its Wahhabi roots, Al-Shabab is hostile to Sufi traditions and has often clashed with the Somali Sufi militia, Aluhu Sunnah wal Jama. Al-Shabab's leaders and commanders are mainly from Hawi, the Hawi clan, which is one of the largest clans in Somalia. It has attracted some members from Western countries, including Britain's Samantha Luthwhite and American Abu Mansur al-Amariki. Formed in the mid-2000s, Al-Shabab came to prominence in the 2006-2009 Somalia war. Now that's interesting because we need to talk about that. How many people know the background and history of what went on during the Somalian war? A credit means that if it's something if it's something positive, if it's something that makes the country better, and if it's improving the GDP, the debit means if it's something that's negative, that's taken away from the country, that's making the GDP less or negative. In early August 2011, the transitional federal government under Sharif Shki Ahmed and its AMISOM allies managed to capture all of Mogadishu from the Al-Shabaab militants. In 2012, Al-Shabaab pledged alliance to the militant Islamist organization Al-Qaeda and its leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri. In February 2012, some of the group's leaders quarreled with Al-Qaeda over the union and quickly lost ground. Al-Shabaab's troops' strength was estimated at 7,000 to 9,000 militants in 2014. In August of 2014, the Somali government-led Operation Indian Ocean was launched to clean up the remaining insurgent-held pockets in the countryside. Now, have you guys heard of any of these wars or any of these missions? See, they're not telling anybody about any of this stuff. And if you guys can smash that like button and hit the bell, that'd be great. Now, see, Ash Moxie says, I know about the Somalia war. It was an American-backed intervention. Ethiopia invaded Somalia. I know about the Somalia war. It was an American-backed intervention. Ethiopia-based Ethiopia invaded Somalia. The Sufi groups have stopped Al-Shabaab moving north or into central Somalia. They got wrecked 2 years ago by the Sufi group in central Somalia. Drevlock says the militant Islamic philosophy has its roots in North African Muslims from back centuries due to the attack on Cordoba by French and German Catholic forces, people killing in the name of Abrahamic religions. In early August of 2011, transitional federal government, we already read that. All right, we read that. Al-Shabaab's troops, we read that. Operation Indian Ocean, all right, was launched. Here we go right here. On September 1st of 2014, a U.S. drone strike carried out as part of the operation killed Al-Shabaab leader Ahmed Abdi Godane, also known as Mukhtar Abu Zabir. All right. U.S. authorities hailed the raid as a major symbolic and operational loss for al-Shabaab, and the Somali government offered a 45-day amnesty to all moderate members of the militia group. As of 2015, the group has retreated from the major cities. However, al-Shabaab still controlled large parts of the rural areas. The group remains strong and active and is responsible for many terrorist attacks with high death tolls, including the September 2013 Westgate shopping mall attack in Kenya. Did you guys hear about any of these mall attacks? Let me ask you guys something. If you got a group of rogue dusties blowing up shit all over the place, does that increase the value where you're at, or does it decrease the value where you're at? What does that do for where you're at? And then here we got October 14th, 2017, Mogadishu bombings. Look at this. Look at all these bombings. In December 2019, let me see. So, and then there was December 2019 Mogadishu bombings. Like, look at all this nonsense that these people are doing. Al-Shabaab has been designated as a terrorist organization by Australia, Canada, Malaysia, United Emirates, United Kingdom, and the United States. As of June 2012, the U.S. State Department had opened bounties on several of the group's senior commanders. As of 2020, Al-Shabaab had an estimated 5,000 to 10,000 fighters across Somalia. Now, here's my question. Why is it that the United States government and the Somalian government, since the United States is over there to take these people out, why is it that they're having so many issues dealing with these 90-pound dusty sandal wearing weirdos? And the United States is the most powerful military in the world. And not to mention, they're teamed up with another military. Does that make any sense? That makes zero sense, guys. So the thing is that if they're not going to help, then the United States needs to get out. Again, if you're not helping, why are you there? That's the question. This is the operating area of Al-Shabaab. The Harakat Shabab al-Mujahideen, commonly known as Al-Shabaab, was a militant wing of the Somali Council of Islamic Courts that took over most of southern Somalia in the second half of 2006. Now, I have a question. What is the environment like in Somalia? What's the environment like in Somalia? Do people rock with this group, or do people not like this group? That's the question. because sometimes they'll report this stuff as if people have an issue with it, and in reality, the people actually rock with these groups. So I think it's important to ask that question because I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have that information, and I don't want to sit here and act like I do. Okay, so Ash Kuro says that the group is unpopular. Now, my question is, are people there putting pressure on the United States? Because the United States, in my opinion, again, is always the root of the problem, and they need to either shit or get off the pot. So let me see, where are we at here? Despite the group's defeat by Somali and Ethiopian forces in 2007, Al-Shababble, a clan-based insurgent and terrorist group, has continued its violent insurgency in southern and central Somalia. The group has exerted temporary and at times sustained control over strategic locations in those areas by recruiting, sometimes forcibly, regional subclans and their militias, using guerrilla warfare and terrorist organizations. Since 2011, however, pressure from the AMISOM and Ethiopian forces has largely degraded Al-Shabaab's control, especially in Mogadishu, but also in other key regions of the country, and conflict among senior leaders has exacerbated fractures within the group. In 2013, Al-Shabaab rivalries culminated in a major purge of opponents, now deceased group leaders, Ahmed Abi al-Mohammed, as evidenced by the constant levels of infighting among leadership. Imagine that. Look at that. Constant levels of infighting. That doesn't sound like anybody we know, does it? Does constant levels of infighting sound like anybody we know? Al-Shabaab is not centralized or monolithic in its agenda or goals. Its rank and file members come from desperate clans, and the group is susceptible to clan politics, internal divisions, and shifting alliances. Most of its fighters are predominantly interested in the nationalistic battle against the FGS and not supportive of global jihad. Al-Shabaab senior leaders remain affiliated with Al-Qaeda. The merger of the two groups was publicly announced in February of 2012 by the Emir of Al-Shabaab and Ayman al-Zawahiri, leader of Al-Qaeda. The group, however, has lost 4 senior figures, including Abdi, since September 2014, which may have hampered its communications with Al-Qaeda leadership. Al-Shabaab has claimed responsibility for many bombings. See, I told you, all they do is bomb and babble and bomb. That's all they do. Bomb and babble, babble and bomb. Since 2013, Al-Shabaab has launched high-profile operations in neighboring countries, most notably the 2013 Westgate Mall attack in Nairobi, the May 2014 attack against a restaurant in Djibouti, popular with Westerners, and the April 2015 massacre of university students in Garissa, Kenya. The Westgate attack killed 67 Kenyans and non-Kenyan nationals, and the siege continued at the mall for several days. The Garissa attack killed some 150, mainly Christian students. I mean, do you see what this terrorist organization is doing over here? What do you guys think about that? With the way that a lot of those countries and a lot of the places there are falling apart, you'd think that they'd have better things to do then finish it. You know, like continue to bomb stuff up. Like it's not common sense that that would be something that they would just, you know, continue to do. But for whatever reason, they keep doing it. For whatever reason, they keep on doing it. It doesn't make any sense. Al-Shababble is responsible for the assassination of Somali peace activists, international aid workers, numerous civil society figures, and journalists, and for blocking the delivery of aid from some Western relief agencies during the 2011 famine that killed tens of thousands of Somalis. Do you see this? During a famine, I mean, these people are killing civilians, man. It's not even like it's just some military type stuff where it's like, yo, you know, we're going to take it out on the government. They're killing civilians, according to these reports. They're killing civilians, according to these reports. In 2008, the U.S. government designated Al-Shababble as a foreign terrorist organization under Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act as amended, and as a specially designed global terrorist entity under Section 1B of Executive Order 13224 as amended. In 2012, the Rewards for Justice program added several Al-Shababble leaders to its site, offering large rewards for information leading to their capture. I mean, these people here, they're just going around causing all kinds of problems. They're literally just going around causing all kinds of problems, tearing down infrastructure. They're tearing down infrastructure. Now, let me ask you guys a question. If they're tearing down infrastructure, what's that going to do? That's going to cause your company, or I'm sorry, that's going to cause your country a lot of expensive damage. Look at this. Al-Shababble. This is all the good, look at all this wonderful stuff that Al-Shababble did. 4 people killed, 10 wounded in bombing in Somali capital. This was from January 18th of 2022. Al-Shababble bombing near Mogadishu school kills at least 8. I mean, you killing people at a school. At least 13 killed by suicide bomber in central Somalia, just a complete beta male. A complete blithering beta driving a burning car full of bombs, screaming his head off to Allah through the middle of a town and taking any and everybody with him. You don't need that driving around. How can any of this kind of stuff help your country? That's the question. This needs to be dealt with. Now, we see that the United States is not dealing with it effectively, and neither is the Somalian government. Exactly. Why would they be tearing everything down? What does that stop, I wonder? What does that stop? Anybody that's got the answer to what that stops, type it in. Because I'm sure it does stop something. Probably stop something that's kind of necessary. You know what I'm saying? Probably stop something that's kind of necessary. Look at this. Suicide bomber kills at least 8. Several civilians killed in Mogadishu suicide attack. 2 killed in Mogadishu, suicide attack. Somalia sets up national payment system as it rebuilds its country. Look at this. Somalia is struggling to rebuild after 20 years of civil war and is still battling an insurgency by Al-Shababble. See, in the United States, when it comes to the civil war that the United States had, the people, the Confederates have become friends with the people in the unions. Well, they always were friends, but I mean, now it's more evident. Here, they still are fighting against each other. See, now the both sides of the Civil War here in the United States are working together with each other because they have a common target. All you gotta do is just target black people, make things easy. Why target ourselves when we could target them? Kenyans robbed of their families by Al-Shababble. I mean, look at this. A rash of kidnappings continues a decade after Kenya joined the fight against the armed group in Somalia. I mean, is this armed group must be some damn superheroes or some superhuman or some shit. They have multiple governments working with them and they can't contain them. They can't keep them under control. Or can they? So, I mean, it just doesn't stop. Mogadishu police chief survives Al-Shababble attack, several killed. Al-Shababble suicide attack at Mogadishu tea shop kills 10. Al-Shababble fighters attack 2 Somali National Army bases. I mean, these dudes, look at this. These sandal-wearing simps are out here attacking military bases. These are some bold people. They're not scared of anybody. They're insane. Look at all of this. They even have an option to show more. These people barely have any clothes on, but they got weapons and are running around killing each other. What do you guys think about this? I'm not about to sit here and lie. This is some of the dumbest shit that I've ever seen in my life. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. That is pretty damn dumb. You know what I'm saying? That is pretty damn dumb. Now, I don't know if you guys were aware, but did you know that in February, the United States, I'm sorry, issued sanctions to Somalia? When I said they barely have clothes on, what I mean is that you saw that picture, right? They had nothing. Rags, torn up clothes. I don't like the fact that they're doing that shit before they get the bare basics, like clothes. That's not what white people say about Africans. White people call Africans savages and jungle people and stuff like that. I'm calling these people terrorists who have their priorities straight, that don't have their priorities straight. People need to get off of that. No, they barely had clothes on because they're running around like idiots bombing people. That's that shit that I'm talking about where y'all be messing up. If you don't like what I said, deal with the people who are creating the situation that I'm talking about. Because I'm talking about Al-Shababble. I'm not the one bombing those cities. They are. And they barely have clothes on. And it's because they're tearing up the infrastructure. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, y'all, I don't know how y'all be doing with the emotions, man. Like, that lovey-dovey, that's that religion. That's what does it. You know what I mean? Like, you think this makes me look good as a black man and it's nothing but black men doing that shit? What's good with it, bro? Yeah, it's an uncomfortable truth. It's an uncomfortable truth. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think the reason why things are the way they are here versus the way that they are there is because we don't listen to you guys. We don't accept a tolerable level of racism. We don't let people get out of control. When somebody is acting like a complete idiot, we do check our own. And we don't take it easy on them. They get roasted. That's not a dog whistle. What you're dealing with, I don't know what it is that you're dealing with. But that's not a dog whistle. I mean, I had a picture up. They barely had clothes on. And the reason is because they blew everything the hell up. If people can't put two and two together and figure that out, makes it very obvious why the war has continued to last 20 years and will probably continue. The focus is completely off. That is embarrassing for me as a black man. I'm not gonna take it easy on talking about that dude. Just like if I was right in front of him and we were fighting, I wouldn't take it easy on beating his ass. You're an embarrassment. You're making everybody look bad, and you're making it where it's impossible for people to raise families and build anything. If anybody that is from that area or from that culture sees me talking about one of these terrorists like that and feels the need to jump in front of me to say, hey, wait a minute, you're hurting my feelings the way you're talking about that terrorist, I don't know what to say. I'm saying I don't. What up with it, Ray? No, I get that, but it shouldn't even be a separation. In my opinion, they need to be disbanded and contained. And I think the only people that wouldn't separate between the terrorists and those people and the civilians is white people. Oh, I know you have, and I'm roasting them too. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about civilians. I'm talking about Al-Shababble. So the U.S. announces sanctions for Somali officials after election days. Now, why is that? Why did this happen? Is there anybody that knows about this? And make sure if you guys have not hit that link that's linked in the comment section there, make sure you guys hit that link and subscribe to that channel. Like I said, there's going to be a stream by the end of the week that you guys are not going to want to miss. You guys aren't going to want to miss that stream. Now, Somali parliamentary elections, which were due to hold on February 25th, have been moved yet again. Now, this isn't fairly new. February 26th of 2022, the United States government has announced visa restrictions to Somali officials and individuals accused them of undermining the democratic process in Somalia after yet another delay in the parliamentary elections. You see this? The United States government has announced visa restrictions to Somali officials and individuals, accusing them of undermining the democratic process in Somalia. What do you guys think about the United States government doing that? Oh yeah, no, don't look at it like a dog whistle term, because I wasn't doing that. I don't dog whistle. That's white supremacist coward shit. If I got some shit to say, I just say it directly. You know what I'm saying? Dog whistling is shit that Ukrainians do. You know what I'm saying? In a statement issued by the U.S. Department of State on Friday, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said the sanctions were to promote accountability for their obstructionist actions. So we got the United States going around pointing fingers at everybody, talking about their elections aren't legit, when we literally just had a whole issue with our election in 2016. Don't y'all find it hilarious how the United States always goes around and points the finger at other places for the crimes that it's totally guilty of committing? Like, they do this all the time. The restrictions were announced just hours after Somali leaders extended parliamentary elections to March 15th after failing to complete them on February 25th. Now, check this out. This is what I want to ask you guys, and I need everybody to participate and let me know. Are visa restrictions sanctions? U.S. announces sanctions. What do sanctions do for a country's economy? You see? See, we're getting somewhere. Here comes the audit. So now if you have a police, if you have a world police like the United States that's going around just saying this, that, and the other, and we've designated ourselves as the world police, the sanctions that the United States puts on you, if you're not a country like Russia, where you have the ability to maneuver around sanctions, it's going to kind of mess things up, not only for the government, but for everybody. Right. I agree with what Ray is saying. It cripples the economy. And Bron says, a dog whistle is when you're saying something without saying it's awfully dark on this side of town. Right. Right. And see, that's not what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been making fun of Al-Shababble. That's one of the reasons why the name of the video is Al-Shababble, because all they do is bomb and babble. And because they bomb and babble, they're wearing torn and tattered clothes, looking like the Incredible Hulk, like Bruce Banner just had an Incredible Hulk attack and shit. That don't have anything to do with them being African. They don't have anything to do with anything other than their behavior. You know what I'm saying? There should be no way where anybody would connect that and think that was some kind of like ethnic thing, especially when I had a picture up there. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things though, like, people tend to do that shit though. Like, people tend to do it. We do it all the time. And the reason why we do it all the time is because we've been attacked in that way all the time. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's one of the things we gotta, like, that's one of the ways that they be controlling people. That's one of the reasons why you gotta deprogram yourself from any kind of emotion that you were taught through this system, because your emotions are even off because of your cognition, because of the environment that you've been in. You know what I'm saying? So a unstable government, political uncertainty, and sanctions. There goes some audit items, right? Political instability, leadership uncertainty, What do those things do to the economy? Is that a plus or a minus? I mean, they that's what people say. It's not foundational Black Americans that be saying that stuff, though. We got a whole white president that said that. You know what I mean? And the thing is like, my thing is who cares? I could sit there and repeat as much as I want to. Black people don't have Neanderthal DNA. But guess what? There's still a system of white supremacy and we're still at the bottom. So it don't matter. It doesn't matter how many times I said that. So why give a fuck about anything that anybody says? Shit that people say, unless it has any informative value, it shouldn't even be regarded, in my opinion. I don't never look for something somebody else said to have any value unless it's being said to me or unless it's something that's meaningful to some data that I'm looking for. Other than that, I don't even care. I don't even listen to people. They're like completely ruled out. Seriously. Somebody could say some shit that would sound completely fucked up to me and it wouldn't even register if it wasn't relevant to anything that I needed. That throws people off too. When you actively ignore somebody and make it so that they know, but you don't acknowledge it, and they know that you're ignoring them, and you completely take away that power, that shit kills people. And it also is a good way to detect whether somebody is trying to be offensive or if they're not. I do that to people at my job all the time, have them off balance. Not the people I like, people I don't like. The delay in the conclusion of Somalia's election is driving, there you go, political instability. So if we have political instability, what's going on with the currency in this country? And what's going on with the inflation rate in this country? And what's going on with the economy in this country? See, these are three things that are extremely important. What up with it, Carla? So this is one of the reasons that we're doing this is because we've done all of those extensive lessons on economy. So now we have some tangible evidence of ways that certain elements of the economy are going to behave, and we need to figure out what they indicate. What are they saying? So if we know this is happening, if we know that's happening, if we know this is happening, or we know that's happening, how is the money going to move? We need to know that. That's the question. How is the money going to move? And remember, you guys, your boy's got a goal of 200 likes per video. All right. So if you guys haven't, make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, make sure you share the video out and also make sure you guys hit the bell. The first time we get 200 likes, we might have to do a party or something. So here we go. Threatening security gains, undermining economic development. So not only does, so let's really take a look at this situation, right? Because Ashkiro Moxie said Somalia is fucked. It's sad, but it's like the Congo. It will always be messed up. I disagree. I think that Somalia can be improved. It can be fixed. People just have to have that as a common goal. And they don't, because they can't get past their greed. So until they decide to change their mind state, they're going to continue to mess it up. They have to do it. They have to be the ones to do it. And I think that it's utterly detrimental that a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of countries where there's a lot of Black people, the common goal isn't to advance the area that they're in. The goal is to be greedy and take over as much as they want to. It's really embarrassing and it's really stupid and unproductive. And it really makes us look bad. And anytime we look bad, they're always waiting with a with a microscope and a magnifying glass. So you'd think the motivation would be there for many reasons to do much more productive shit. But the reason why I highlighted that comment was because now we've come across some more audit items. Okay. Now we're saying that there's a security, there's a loss of security gain, which means that the country's not as safe, which contributes even more to the not only political instability, but the social instability. What kind of economy can thrive in a country that's operating like that? Is there any economy that can thrive and do very well in a situation like that? Yeah, no, I agree. A black market, that's it. Yeah. I agree with Ray too, none. So I agree with both you guys. I agree with you, Moxie, and I agree with Ray. So there's a lot of negative things going on here in Somalia. So the thing is that when it comes to this audit of Africa, all of the things that are negative are the simple things that can be changed, and that would make the country work more efficiently, which would make the economy work more efficiently, which would make Somalia a more favorable environment to investment. So now you got to ask yourself, are these organizations actually doing attempts to improve the situation in these countries, or are these large organizations like the United States, NATO, United Nations, Russia, World Health Organization, are they actually doing, why would those white run organizations do anything to better black nations that could possibly surpass them if they got their shit together? In my opinion, Africa needs to have its own UN. Africa needs to have its own humanitarian. You guys hear the kind of people that the United States supports? The United States supports Nazis. Do you think that any group that has majority leadership and interest in a Nazi supporting regime is going to want to ever see black people have anything independent? No, you got to get these ideas of dystopia and unity out of your head until there's evidence that that's what's going on. And there is absolutely no evidence that that's what's going on. So why are people so gullible? I mean, Russia is a white nation. Russia is a white and Asian nation, and they don't even deal with the UN and all of these people. Like, they deal with that stuff on an arm's length. I mean, like I don't understand. I agree, Ray. Geopolitical control over black nations' resources. There's Asian countries and European countries that control everything black, but there's no black country that controls anything anywhere else, and that's a problem. That's global white supremacy and racism. We need to get all of these people out of Africa. They need to get out of the hood. They need to get out everywhere. Maybe that's the reason why they named that movie Get Out. Maybe that's why they named that movie Get Out. Trying to tell y'all something on a subliminal level. You know what I'm saying? The elections, which began last November, were supposed to be held a year ago, but have been halted by a series of delays, including lack of agreement on how they would be conducted and infighting between the president and prime minister. I mean, look at this. More infighting. What the? More infighting. Like some damn preschoolers. Those are the people that need to be kicked out. The African leaders need to not let anybody into Africa having majority ownership in any business or anything. Why would I don't understand how if the foreign terrorists like the United States, China, and Russia and UN and European Union, if they're kicked out, how are they going to get replaced by whites and Asians? I mean, like at that point, like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, crabs in a barrel, more infighting. I mean, just I'm gonna fight. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna fight each other and then together go fight for Ukraine. Like, just come on, man. It's embarrassing. Are you serious? It gets worse. Like, this is insane. So far, 179 of the 275 members of the lower house have been selected through a complex process of indirect voting by clan delegates. These lawmakers will in turn choose the president. Look at this. They will in turn choose the president, but the date for the presidential election has not been set. So the United States goes over there, and basically when the United States says we're creating democracy, basically what they mean is it's going to be who we say runs the government the way we say to do it. That's democracy. USA way. That's what democracy means. And if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please help your boy out. Smash that like button. Yeah, this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing behavior. Men should not be fighting all the time. Those men, the politicians in that country, need to be working on building that country up so that it can offer something meaningful to the rest of the world and control its resources and keep its people safe. It's not rocket science. And the fact that there is nowhere that's being done that's controlled by black people with men in the government as the alleged leaders, that's embarrassing as a man. That's embarrassing. It's an idiotic truth that shouldn't be a truth. A long-running rift between the federal government and regional leaders. There you go. More fighting. More fighting. I mean, what do these motherfuckers fight over? Who's dominated by white supremacy more? Like, what is it that they fight about all damn day? You got the dominated Al-Shababble motherfuckers running around blowing shit up in the name of Allah with their anti-black Quran that they read. Because let's not go into how the Quran talks about black people. Next time Izzy is on, I have him give you all a full dissertation about that. I mean, it's just, I don't know what to say, man. Like, I don't know what to say. My blood pressure is rising, and I'm not even from this area of the world. Like, I don't even know too much about this conflict. As a long-running rift between the federal government and regional state leaders have raised the stakes in Somalia, which has faced political instability since the 1991 overthrow of military ruler Mohammed Siad Barre, the country's third president. Now, my question is, do you guys know about Mohammed Siad Barre? I don't know too much about him, so I was going to ask how he is with the people. Yeah. Like, it's so ridiculous. Black leader under white supremacy rules. Basically, that's what United States means when they say, we're coming here to spread democracy. No, you're coming there to spread your hands over everything and take it all, which needs to be defended against. And people scared. Armed group Al-Shababble, which is fighting to topple the central government. Like, instead of fighting the government there, Al-Shababble should be fighting to get the United States out. But instead, they want to run around and say, you know, assalamu alaikum and shit. Like, it's so embarrassing, man. You really were willing to die over that shit? Like, Jesus, man. Petty stuff. Who is going to get their foreign contract passed? Who is the biggest shot caller? Yeah, the same thing people argue about over here. Who's the who's got the most trinkets from white supremacy is what people fight over. This is what they tend to fight over. You know what I'm saying? So stupid. You don't see any other group doing that except us. So dumb. Well, I got this little breadcrumb. Well, I got that breadcrumb. My breadcrumb bigger than yours, and I'm about to take it, and I'm about to take yours too. Like, instead of teaming up and fighting the guy that has all the bread. I don't know if it's cowardice or stupidity or a little bit of both. Which one do you guys think it is? Is it cowardice or stupidity? I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's 50-50. I think it's 50-50. Because these people know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what the problem is. THPP, what up with it, bro? Good stream that you had tonight, bro. So now here it says, according to the UN, about 4.3 million people are affected who are affected by the drought and in need of humanitarian assistance. Look at this. And we know what Al-Shababble does. When they're in need of humanitarian assistance, they block the damn humanitarian assistance. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate it, bro. You know I got y'all back. Earlier this week, the International Monetary Fund, see, this is what I'm talking about. Earlier this week, the International Monetary Fund warned that it could stop funding to Somalia if elections are not completed in time. So now you got the first, see how they team up on you? First, you got the United States telling you what to do. Now United States put sanctions on you. Now here comes the IMF. They're going to come and pull the plug too. We're going to stop funding you. You put yourself at risk when you deal with these organizations. You put yourself at a lot of risk when you deal with these organizations. Said Barr suppressed the people so bad he committed a genocide in the north. He bombed the city until there wasn't a single building standing. See, that's crazy. And they're going crazy about the about Ukraine. And look what they're doing. Look at the difference. What Ukraine is getting, as even though they're not doing a good job, that's actually support. They're getting 24-hour news coverage. They're getting weapons and sympathy from everybody. I mean, look at this. This dude committed a genocide. No one even knows about this. But these are the same people that want to sit there and tell you Black lives don't matter. All lives matter. You heard them Ukrainian people. Those Ukrainian people trying to speak English couldn't cover up the stuff that they were trying to say. So they said exactly what I be telling y'all that shit means. All white lives matter. Only. That's what all lives matter means. If those Ukrainian people didn't make that clear, I don't know what to say. Instead of the dub-esque clown faces, we should be the ones with the reason to check ourselves out. Yeah, I agree. But see, we wouldn't even do that shit because we wouldn't even be on some shit like that. I mean, I'm sure there's some psychos. There are some people that would actually absolutely indeed be on that shit. A motherfucker like Suge Knight, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, this dude can get all these weapons to kill his own people and can't do anything to get the descendants of the colonizers that are tearing up the area out. You're bombing people that didn't even do anything, while there's somebody else that's just extracting energy and money from your home. Like, these people are cowards, man. These Al-Shababble stick figures. The National Consultative Council, led by the Prime Minister, cited insecurity, worsening national drought, and financial constraints for pushing back the election completion deadline. However, the new deadline is unlikely to be met unless underlying political disagreements among Somali leaders are resolved. As a part of September 17th agreement, Somali's 5 federal member states are to conduct elections in 2 cities in their territory, but the southern Jubaland state has accused the central government of interfering in its territory. See, so again, we're still fighting. We just fight. You did this, you did that. You did that. That's all they just fight like some babies. The impasse is likely to continue until the political rift between Mogadishu and the region is settled. So far, I got to ask you guys a question. When it comes to the auditing, what's it looking like? What's the audit looking like, guys? There's not. I've seen some good things, but not much. So now when you have the sandal bandits running around, you got the United States dropping bombs all over the country. Guess what dropping bombs is doing? It's tearing up the infrastructure. If something is tearing up the infrastructure, is that helping the economy or is that hurting it? Tearing up the infrastructure, if I just decide to blow some shit up, is that helping or is that hurting? Somali cattle herder describes U.S. airstrike on Al-Shababble training camp. It was like a burnt house. Al-Shababble fighters were collecting dead bodies. Islamist group confirms attack but says death toll of 150 is exaggerated. THPP says, I've never heard of a joyful audit. Yeah, audits are usually not very fun. You know what I'm saying? They're not fun. The infrastructure has been torn up, 30 years of war. So then we need to be asking the question, the IMF says that they're going to cut off Somalia. If the infrastructure is still in shambles, what is it that they're cutting off then? Because clearly nothing, they're not doing anything. What's being done with the money? And the thing is if the IMF knows that the money is being used for nothing but corruption, then why do they continue to send it? They should have been stopped the money to discourage the corruption. But we're going to stop the money now so that we can discourage from the vote to make the vote look like it's legitimate, and it's not. You know what I'm saying? Infrastructure is the lifeblood of any state. With that gone, it's impossible to actually progress. Tactics are clear and reasons are transparent. Facts. IMF is bad. They are cutting off the gravy train. Facts. Why hasn't Ethiopia or African Union sent Peace Corps and aid? Facts. 30 years of war and U.S. planning their part in the bombing. More facts. What's good with it, by the way, Jay? What up with you, bro? A local cattle herder has given the first eyewitness account of the U.S. airstrike on an Islamist militant training camp in Somalia that killed scores of fighters. Pentagon officials claimed that more than 150 members of the Al-Shababble militant group were killed in the surprise raid by planes and unmanned MQ-9 Reaper drones near Reso over the weekend. Now, isn't that interesting? Remember, what did I tell you guys? They using drones. They used drones to do this attack. So remember, those drones have artificial intelligence and they're using machine learning. So as they're learning African terrain, they're also learning information that they can take back and download into computers here and use against black people here. And if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please help your boy out by smashing that like button. And if you're not subscribed to Oil and Gold Railroad, please take a moment and hit the link that's pinned in the comment section. The Al-Qaeda linked group confirmed the airstrike, but rejected the death toll as exaggerated. Bashir Durhir, a herder living nearby, said the camp had been set up in a new and secret location in an attempt to avoid Somali and Western intelligence, but was targeted on Saturday night. There were big explosions, he told The Guardian. All nearby places were caught on fire and no one knew what was happening. In the morning, I could see the smoke coming from the bombarded training facility. Now, I got a question for you guys. I don't know if I necessarily believe every single eyewitness account. Do you guys? Appreciate it, THPP. These countries don't get along. Do you know how many nations in Africa have their own emergency aid crisis? There is a war in Ethiopia, Central Africa, Mali, Northern Nigeria, Libya. Now, here's my question. Is there anything wrong? Who sees anything wrong with this situation right here that Ashkiro Moxie just said? Who sees anything wrong with this situation? There's so much wrong with this situation. You guys, by the time I finish this paragraph, you guys should have the comment section flooded with everything wrong with this situation. There is so much. So much wrong. You guys start telling me what's wrong. I'm going to leave this comment up for a minute. I'm going to continue reading. You guys name every single thing that's wrong with this situation into the comments. I'm going to read this again before I get started. These countries don't get along. Do you know how many nations in Africa have their own emergency aid crisis? There is a war in Ethiopia, Central Africa, Mali, Northern Nigeria, Libya. I mean, do these people even know who the hell they're fighting? I mean, Jesus. What the hell is there? I mean, do they just look for reasons to fight each other? The entire continent is fighting, and they're not even fighting other countries. These motherfuckers are fighting inside the damn countries, not even with other countries. Literal head and ass syndrome. You know what I'm saying? It was like a burnt house. Everything turned burnt. I saw 3 vehicles burnt down. Al-Shababble fighters were collecting dead bodies. They were put on trucks and took out of village. We do not know where they were buried, he said in a telephone interview. I don't know if on this interview, if you pay attention to the wartime here. All right, pay attention to what's going on right now. Anytime they get any eyewitness per se, they always only get an eyewitness that goes with the narrative that the news wants to talk about. They never get eyewitnesses that are just random that say different stuff. They always only get eyewitnesses that are consistent with what's being reported. Did you know that? Yeah, this audit's not looking good. Not looking good whatsoever. I don't see why any Akadas would want to invest here. I don't see why any Mzungus would want to invest there. They'll go there and take some shit over and flip it. but they're not going to invest meaningfully. I don't know if Africans even have a derogatory name towards Asians. Only us who are the most like them have earned that. And of course, they're going to have a name for, you know, the Mzungus. But somebody needs to get some African officials to watch these audits, man. I wonder what they would do. Tell me to go get a job. I'm getting paid doing this. I'm getting paid doing this. Last time I checked, the consultant or an auditor got paid from the person that he was auditing, or from the, you know, authority organization that requested the audit, because shit was going so damn bad. Because usually when an audit is necessary, it's because shit is going so damn bad. Yeah, and all those wars have spillover into their neighbors. It's a mess. Yeah, that's facts. They weren't meant to be countries. They didn't choose their borders, with the exception of Ethiopia. Here's my question. What's stopping them from choosing the borders now? What's stopping them from choosing the borders now? How come they haven't redistricted and rezoned the country back to a way where people won't fight as much? I don't understand why that hasn't been done. Akata isn't used in East Africa. They don't have a word that bad to describe black people. That's nice. That's good. We appreciate that. Following the airstrike, angry Al-Shababbe fighters started searching for what they termed spies collaborating with Americans. Dihir continued. They detained about a dozen people, mostly young camel herders, living in two nearby villages, El Dibi and Raso, about 125 miles north of the capital, Mogadishu. I was lucky as I fled from the area before they started the search operation, because I knew there would be a harsh backlash by Al-Shababbe after they were bombed by Americans. The Raso training facility hosted about 200 to 300 newly recruited fighters, he added. At least half of these fighters were killed. Abdias Mohammed Duro, district commissioner in Bolbert, put the death toll even higher. I have confirmed that this was a heavy and deadly bombardment, he said. This time, Al-Shababbe lost about 200 fighters, among them 5 top commanders who were at the training camp to witness the closing of the training of newly recruited militants. Okay. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure that you do that. There we go. I wanted to make it, hold on real quick. I wanted to make it so you guys can see. He named 2 of the commanders as Yusuf Ali Yugas, an influential preacher, recruiter, and regional head, and Mohammed Meyer, a leading member of the group's finance wing. We have confirmed that these 2 figures, Yusuf Ali Yugas and Mohammed Meyer, went to attend the closing of the training, and they were killed, Duro said. Duro said the Somali government welcomed the killing of the militants because they were planning to attack key installations in Somalia. See, they still are making the same mistakes that they made long time ago. You never welcome somebody else coming in killing people in your country. You never do that. You can welcome the assistance, you can welcome the military equipment, but you never welcome people who aren't a part of you killing people who are a part of you. You never do that. You never do that. There's no kind. What kind of honor system is that? You don't want to vanquish your own foes? Like I don't understand this shit. Yeah. The West stops these countries from breaking up by popping up puppet governments. I was just about to ask that, Moxie. I'm so glad you typed that in. That government that they're calling the Somali government, is that the actual government or is that kind of something else? That's what I'm curious about that. The West stops these countries from breaking up by propping up puppet governments who undermine the efforts of separatist groups. Like when Igbo tried to separate from Nigeria during the Biafran War. So what we have then, somebody is still enforcing colonial borders, and that's causing a lot of the fighting. Why won't they just let it go back to tribal borders? I bet there are no roads, farms are decimated, production is viewed as manual labor, dissemination of information is difficult. Yeah, facts. Carla said, I saw where is that a Ukrainian? Okay, a Ukrainian lady from Philadelphia sent 3,000 emergency aid packages and money to the people in Ukraine. Where's the humanitarian aid for Somalia? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The humanitarian aid for Somalia is who the United States tells to attack them, or what puppet government the United States sets up there. And Tia's asking about the currency. I'm not exactly sure what the currency is there in Somalia. If anybody knows, you know what I'm saying? What caused the breakup? No, the country has broken up into about 4 regions. So again, we have infighting and cellular division to go from a large, strong unit to a smaller unit. And somehow the brilliant people who go to Europe to become brain surgeons can't function with that level of cognition in their own country strategically. The Somali government controls less than a third of the country. So that means either they need to just allow those countries to be 4 regions and call it a day, or they need to get that government out. One of the two things needs to happen. Why hasn't any of those two things happened? They were planning to wage deadly attacks on Mogadishu and Kismayo, where the U.S. government has set up a drone base. Imagine that. The United States, wherever there's the United States, there's a war. Wherever there's the United States, there's fire. Are you guys starting to see the pattern? It's real easy to see the pattern. There's a lot of internal issues, which the internal issues are the ones that we're looking at. But there's an overarching huge problem with the United States. The United States is everywhere that's on the verge of being about to implode. My question is, does anybody see a problem with that? If you see a problem with that, type in a 1. If you don't, type in a 2. Look at this. Here we go. The U.S. continues to pour military power, money, and training into the Horn of Africa nation, seen as a crucial front in the war on terror. Now, that's interesting. That's interesting right there. Why is the U.S. money not doing the same thing in Somalia that it does when it's sent everywhere else in the world? Ali Abdurham, man. a senior Somali intelligence officer in the Haran region said, on our side, we have helped. Look at this. On our side, we have helped the U.S. in gathering information before the airstrike. This is very important in such operation because we knew that the militants were in the latest stage of attacking key places in Somalia. I mean, they just flat out sold their soul to the United States. They want a little cookie because they gave the U.S. some information. They want a little cookie with some frosting on it. Oh, we gave them some information. Look how good we are. Like, but Al-Shababbe disputed the death toll. Abdiaziz Abu Musab, a military spokesman for the group, said there was an airstrike by the Americans against the Mujahideen in Somalia. We strongly reject the number of deaths claimed by the Americans. They usually exaggerate when they do something against us. And we see that going on in the propaganda now with the situation that we're in right now. The United States repeatedly over-exaggerates everything. They either downplay or they over-exaggerate. But the one thing that we know in common is that they never give a straight-up answer. They're not good for that. The United States historically doesn't give straight answers. Would you guys agree with that, or do you disagree? U.S. military officials say they had been monitoring the camp for several weeks before the strike and had gathered intelligence, including about an imminent threat to U.S. forces and African Union peacekeepers. I mean, okay, you're saying that. Where's the proof? Where's the proof? How come when it comes to the media, they never show the tangible proof of what the stuff is that these agencies are saying to them as the validating reason or the validating fact that an action was done? Why don't they do that? Why don't they do that? The commander ultimately responsible for the airstrike, General David Rodriguez of the Africa Command, indicated to a Senate panel in Washington on Tuesday that the Raso training camp was one of several that Al-Shababbe maintains in Somalia. The camps are transitory, so they pop up and they move, Rodriguez told the Senate Armed Services Committee. The Pentagon on Tuesday continued to say little about the strike, but nevertheless expressed confidence that it killed more than 150 terrorists and fighters. Now, you guys remember what Conrad was saying yesterday in the chat? He was talking about how there's not really any statistics coming out about this when it comes to the USA and Russia situation. Here, the Pentagon on Tuesday continued to say little about the strike, but nonetheless expressed confidence that it killed more than 150 terrorists and fighters and no others. Now, you mean to tell me that they're doing things that nobody else can do? Because I've never seen the military be able to just go through and blow up a whole bunch of fighters and no civilians get harmed. You mean to tell me there wasn't even no accidental harm that came to any civilians? Miss me with the nonsense. Yeah, they want too many forms of government. They want way too many forms of government. And they can't agree. So my thing is either they need to just go ahead and let all the people that want to live one way go that way, let the other people that want to go one way the other way, or either get a government that can tell them people, basically, shut up, this is what y'all doing, or else you're going to face consequences if you tear the country up because you don't like how it's organized. Now, as you guys can see, this government can barely handle anything. Do you think that this government has any respect? If it doesn't have any respect by the people who are powerless under it, then it definitely doesn't have the respect of any country that it has a conversation with when it comes to the UN. They get no respect. Yet, Baldanza said U.S. defense officials continue to assess the results of the operation, making early conclusions preliminary. So, I mean, again, like they're even admitting to their own, they're admitting to their own illegitimacy right here in the article. They're saying that the preliminary reports haven't even come out, and they've already issued these statements. Baldanza said there was no certain date as of yet for the completion of any post-strike assessment, but thus far, we have no reports of civilian casualties from these strikes. She continued, we have significant mitigation measures in place within the targeting process and during the conduct of operation to reduce the potential risks of collateral damage and civilian casualties. Al-Shababbe, which seeks to impose its strict version of Islamic law. See, again, this is a problem. You're literally trying you're trying to establish illegitimate law based on an illegitimate book and an illegitimate belief system. Like, I don't understand how you think that that's going to help anything, but these people are wired into that. Man, they'll blow themselves up in a car to get to somebody, man. That's how warped these people are. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, they don't have any respect, Ashkiro. Like, I get it, man. Trust me. And I totally believe that they're lying. Al-Shababbe, which seeks to impose its strict version of Islamic law, controlled Mogadishu until 2011, when African Union forces drove it out. But in the past 2 weeks, Al-Shababbe fighters have launched mortar attacks near the presidential palace, blown up a car near a busy park at the capital, that's nice, and set off twin blasts in a northwestern town. Dozens of people have been killed. That's nice. What did that do? What is Al-Shababbe or whatever the hell their name is? Are they the leaders now? Are they running shit? Or did just a whole bunch of people die and they're still running around in sandals and don't run shit? Like, it just don't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. Analysts warned that Al-Shababbe has proven resilient in the past, and despite the unusually high death toll at the Raso camp, is likely to recover. See, even they're saying that this is the unusually high death toll. So they're like, yeah, you know, we put these numbers out, but yeah, we're gonna give a little disclaimer. These numbers are a little bit high. These numbers are a little bit high. J. Peter Pham, director of the Atlantic Council's Africa Center in Washington, told the Associated Press that Al-Shababbe had that many recruits in training just at one location is worrying indicator of the group's continued relevance and its power to attract. The fact that Al-Shababbe feels emboldened enough to gather so many together in one place, these are hardly signs of a group on the run. So pay attention. Pay attention to what they're upset about. They're not upset about the fact that Al-Shababbe is going around killing all these people. They're more upset about the fact that Al-Shababbe is in a warped and distorted and inefficient way, not doing what direct white supremacy says. You see here, the outrage is because they are emboldened enough to gather so many people not in one place. White people are upset that these motherfuckers had a nerve to just gather. They're not upset that they're going around blowing up innocent men and children. They're not upset that they're destroying the country. They're upset about the emboldenedness. You're supposed to be docile and not do shit, but you're emboldened enough to think that you can challenge us. I mean, this is a whole hot mess. This is a whole hot mess. What do you guys think? This is a hot mess and a half. So I just want y'all to see something real quick. I just want y'all to see this. When you have groups like Al-Shababble running around babbling and bellowing and waking everybody up at 6 o'clock in the morning to yell at the hollow sky, this is what they do. This is what they do to innocent people so that innocent people can't, you know, build or anything. This is what they do. They got these people living like this. This is what Islam is doing for black people. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if they want to fight somebody, they should take their asses over there and avenge those people that got pushed off the train, but they're not going to do that though. So that's not even, you know what I mean? Well, I should say warped Islam or corrupted Islamic organizations. But in my opinion, it is Islam. It ultimately is. It's ultimately Islam. It's ultimately Christianity. It's ultimately all of that shit. All of those religions are meant to literally have you in a perpetual state like this. What is the end of each religion? What is the revelation, the end book in each religion? It says, you know, man is just going to go to war. There's going to be wars and rumors of war. People bring these wars out to try to cause Armageddon and end the world. They don't give a shit. You need to fight. You know, what's the jinn and what's that? What's the name of the Antichrist in the Islamic Antichrist? The Dajjal. Yeah, that's his name. The Dajjal. If you don't go to war, the Dajjal is gonna come out of the Black Sea. Like, come on, man. I mean, people have been going to war for how long? And nothing's happened except for just you're ending individual people's worlds, but the actual world hasn't ended. It's just, oh God. Like, come on. The beating, you know what I'm saying? Like the brokenness, like it's it's damning. Now, if you have a country that's spending a lot of money, that could be a help to your economy. That could possibly help your economy. It could possibly help it. Somalia sets up national payment system as it rebuilds country. What do you guys think the chances are of Somalia of successfully rebuilding itself? What up, Marcus? What's up with you? What are the chances of Somalia successfully rebuilding itself? not for at least a generation. So do you think now would be a time to try to put together an action plan on how to do that? I don't think that that would be a bad idea. At the moment, none. Yeah, I feel that. Do y'all think that it would be a bad idea to, at this moment now, try to think of a plan of how to not just salvage, but to actually build up a viable and sustainable and consistently growing Somalia so that it can not only contribute something meaningful to the greater world, but also provide safety, security, and prosperity to the people that live there? Like right now is when the legacy planning should be starting. Would you guys agree with that, or would you disagree? If you agree, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. And if you guys haven't smashed the like button on the video, please make sure that you smash that like button, okay? And when you guys watch the old videos, when you guys go back and watch replays, make sure you guys smash the like button on those too. I mean, look at that. Piracy is looked up as a good thing in Somalia. I mean, how do you even begin? How do you even begin to work with that? You know what I'm saying? How do you even begin to work with that? Somalia is struggling. Look at this. They're struggling to rebuild after 20 years of a civil war and is battling an insurgency by Al-Shababble. 20 years of a civil war. Why? So for the audit, what is that? What are we saying? What are we saying, guys? What are we saying? That's the question. What is this doing for the audit? That's the question. Somalia sets up national payment system as it rebuilds its country. My question is there anybody in their right mind who would invest in Somalia? Just from what I've heard, I wouldn't invest in Somalia anytime soon. Me personally. Now anybody else can do whatever they want to, but me personally, I'm not investing in a country where people there's terrorist groups running around just blowing every damn thing up. I'm not doing that. I don't want my shit blown up. I don't want my shit blown up. So they set up a national payment system. Remember, Russia just got removed from the payment system that's used worldwide. Somalia is trying to set one up. Somalia is struggling to rebuild after 20 years of civil war and is still battling an insurgency by Al-Shababble. Having a 20-year history of civil war, what does that do to your economy? What does that do to your economy? Somalia has set up a national payment system as part of plans to develop the financial industry in one of the world's most fragile states, following decades of political and economic instability. I need you guys to list into the comments every single thing that happens when there's political and economic instability. We've talked about political and economic instability and the impacts that it has literally for a week now. Now, this country has been dealing with political and economic instability for decades. The 13 lenders in the Horn of Africa nation can now become interoperable, connected to the clearing and settlement system of the central bank. You see that? And able to transit with each other. Central Bank of Somalia Governor Abdirrahman M. Abduhali said in an interview, the system will facilitate transactions between vendors and their customers more efficiently. I agree, Jay. You guys agree with Jay? If you guys agree with what Jay said, type in a 1. If you disagree, type in a 2. Exploitation of people, mass exodus of the middle and upper class causing a brain drain. I feel it. Somalia is struggling to rebuild after 20 years of civil war and is still battling an insurgency by Al-Shababble, an Al-Qaeda affiliate. So they have these thugs running around, and those thugs are tearing up everything. They're tearing it all up. Does having thugs running around tearing everything up improve the situation, or does it make it worse? Would there be anybody who does not have a lot of money who'd be willing to invest in a situation like that? Honestly, I think these people continue this behavior because they are really clueless as to how the world works. If they understood how the world works, if they had access to the outside world and actually sat still for 5 seconds to not blow something up and actually watch how everything works, I don't think that they will continue to do this. Yeah, I totally agree, Tia. I think the audit means start right over now. What type of government has been controlling Somalia? A puppet government that was installed by, take a wild guess, the United States. They probably need a program to focus in on everybody. I'm sure that every single person there of every gender is probably dealing with a huge amount of post-traumatic stress disorder, post-war psychosis, depression, anxiety, and every damn thing else. The government last year secured a debt relief deal. Look at this. Here we go with these debt relief deals. The government last year secured a debt relief deal with the World Bank. and the International Monetary Fund as it sought to return to the global financial system. You don't need, you have cryptocurrency. You don't need to even deal with the global financial system. But we just like, what do you guys think? The authorities are now in talks with the lenders who aren't part of the Paris Club, an informal group of mostly rich Western government creditors, the people that are rich because they're exploiting you, about to double exploit you. Come on, man. Where's Lil Boozy at? Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Y'all can't be that damn dumb, dog. Come on. Come on, dog. You can't be that damn dumb, nah, dog. Come on, nah, dog. Come on. I mean, no warning signs or anything. The government last year secured a debt relief deal with the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund as it sought to return the global financial system. The authorities are now in talks with lenders who aren't part of the Paris Club, an informal group of mostly rich Western government and creditors, to potentially further reduce the nation's liabilities that stood at $4.5 billion in June. And that's just the numeric liabilities, man. Look what we already just found in what we're talking about. Yeah, I know about the oil. We'll be talking about that eventually. See, Drevlock is right. Al-Shababble aren't interested in the economics at this time. They're interested in power through religion. Works best with a desperate and ill-informed population. There it is. That's facts. You guys agree with what Drevlock said or no? I agree. You guys agree with what Drevlock said or do you disagree? I agree. Yeah, I agree. That's facts. He's on point with that. Under the system, the central bank. So now remember, why? Look at this. This is how these people don't learn shit, man. This is how they don't learn shit. They're trying to get connected to the central bank. Somalia, right? This is Somalia. This is from August 10th of 2021, all right? They're begging to get connected to this system. Get connected to the system. USA slaps them with sanctions. They get connected to the system and then USA slaps them with sanctions. That's that you know, kind of like you go to a oh, I'm sure. Oh man, I'm sure. Ashkiro Moxie says, I'm going to be interested to see the Nigerian audit. BLR is really going to be angry with what you find out. Pure fuckery. Unbelievable. See, my thing is, it's not going to, it's too far gone in there to deal with, directly dealing with these shysters in office. The pressure needs to be put on these Western people who are intervening. Because the thing is if you're not doing anything and everything is just staying the same, then you need to get out. But see, the United States is scared that another one of these countries will mess around and raise another Vladimir Putin, somebody that's don't care about standing up to him. They wanted to get into that payment system. Now you got it. Yeah, and you're sanctioned. You're sanctioned. It also includes interoperability capabilities for debit and credit cards. Now, remember, because of being connected to this is Russia's cut off from this. So, see, plugging into this global stuff, you see how they can control you. So, whoever the dominant country is that controls the majority interest of these giant banks, they can just cut shit off whenever they want to. That's why, in my opinion, it's important to always have a backup system set up through some kind of blockchain or something else. Look at what YouTube does. YouTube don't like your message or YouTube don't like your content. The first thing they do is they cut off your money supply. They cut off your monetization. They do the same shit. Anybody that has a YouTube account that had monetization and then the monetization was removed, YouTube sanctioned that person. That was a sanction. YouTube sanctioned that person. On whose governments? We busy applying pressure on our own governments. We're applying pressure like a motherfucker on our government. It also includes interoperability capabilities for debit and credit cards, mobile networks, operators, and automated cash machines. A central payment system bodies well for the nation's financial sector after recent developments, including the launch of Visa Card in July by the International Bank of Somalia. So now we need to check out the International Bank of Somalia. We need to audit all these Somalian companies, every single one of them, including the people that own them. Oh, I mean, well, we apply pressure on our own governments. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it's like. You guys got to apply the pressure on your own governments. UK they don't really say too much about us. The only motherfuckers that say shit about us is Canada, which makes sense because they're literally in North America with us and they're literally right above us. And there's not really no meaningful black population in Mexico, so that's not even relevant. Oh yeah, nah, we can't. You guys need to do that. We can't do that. We can't lobby you guys as governments. You guys need to do that. That's some shit that y'all have to do. We can't do that. I mean, we can do what we do and talk about this shit, but we can't lobby you guys as governments. That's not gonna do shit. The central bank also issued the first mobile phone-based financial services license to Horman Telecom and is looking to print new Somali shilling notes. So, I mean, like, here we go. So now that means if they're printing new money, what's going to happen? Inflation. Inflation is going to happen. Currently, Somalia uses mostly, look at this. Currently, Somalia uses mostly in US dollars. So again, United States is creating chaos, distributing dollars to be used as a reserve currency because this country can't get established to have its own meaningful currency. I mean, we didn't ask for that shit though. We had that shit under control here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you guys should have been doing that on behalf just because y'all have similar shit that goes on where you're at. but like we didn't need no intervention. I mean, we've been doing everything on our own. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then as far as the EU goes, I mean, like they don't give a fuck about that shit. I mean, like I don't even know like what did they want to talk about? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, the EU came and visited, and like we just now had more black people get killed by the police. So like we're still doing, you know what I'm saying? Like we're still doing our thing. You guys have a different struggle. Now you said don't say anything interesting while I'm out. All right, Drev. Peace. But you guys are missing the point. Like I don't think we have a similar struggle. We're fighting anti-black racism. You guys are fighting a different form of anti-black racism. You guys have a epidemic of black civil wars. Like that's completely different than what we deal with. Like we have crime in the cities, but we don't have black people committing genocide on other black people in a war-torn fashion. Like that's not what we have. We're dealing with the government. Like we're actually dealing with the government. We're not dealing with the government having a civil war, like with all kinds of crazy ass militia groups. Like that, it's not the same at all. And then as far as the UK goes, like I mean, y'all don't even allow guns. Like it's just completely different. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. And my thing is, I wouldn't be offended if people from UK didn't say anything. I just expect people from the UK to not try to step in the way of if we're making some progress with a movement or not. I mean, like that's the thing. Like we're not dependent. Like we don't need that. Yeah, but even in Europe though, like y'all have completely different issues than we have. And we don't we don't deal with the UK government. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't want if I was in the UK, I wouldn't want anybody from anywhere else advocating for me. They don't understand. That's one of the whole problems with white liberals. White liberals want to get up in front of everybody and just talk, and they don't know shit. They never been a minority a day in their life until they created categories to make themselves minorities like LGBTQ and shit like that. Like, let me tell my story and say what it is that I need to work with the government on. I know. Me too. I'm a black person from the United States. I deal with certain shit in the United States. The only way that I ask for support is to stay out of my way when I'm trying to do something. Support me by doing that. Like Dave Chappelle said about Juicy Smollett, support me with your silence because I'll handle it. I don't need people misconstruing the message that aren't from where I'm from, that don't understand me, don't understand the culture, don't understand what's going on, don't understand the history. I don't need that. That's one of the reasons why shit be so messed up, because when it comes to black Americans, we always got black people that are chameleons that come in from other cultures that want to try to talk about the black American experience, and you're not a black American. I would never be disrespectful like that and try to like, oh yeah, well, I know exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying? We are doing that. We're not having a civil war. We're not driving into our own neighborhoods blowing each other up. Like we are. That's one of the reasons why police officers are starting to go to jail, civil rights. I mean, we have a track record of doing that. You know what I'm saying? So we're good over here. People need to take our model and apply it where they are. That's how we're being supportive. See, notice how there was no black people in the Western Hemisphere that had to deal with any problems in Ukraine because we're not naive. I don't think that black people in the West need to unify all like that. I mean, for what? Just deal with your own problems. I don't understand why what do we need to unify about? What is somebody from the UK going to help me with? What are you going to help? How are you going to be helpful? How are you going to do anything other than get in my way? I had to explain a whole bunch of shit to you, and like I don't want to do that. Answering questions about guns and shit because y'all don't use guns. Like who wants to do that? You can support somebody real easy by just not getting in the way. Like, what's that lady's name? That Thandi chick? They're not unified on white dominance. If they were unified on white dominance, there wouldn't be any wars. They're unified on black hatred. They wouldn't mind dominating each other as we've seen before. So they're not unified on white dominance. And you don't need to unify to empower. Empowerment is making yourself the best resource and being as ethical and always being dedicated to your cause as you possibly can. I mean, my thing is I don't understand what I agree. They use similar tactics. People just tend to not want to deal with it. So, you know what I'm saying? Like people can either not deal with it or they can deal with it. It's not difficult and it's not rocket science. And I don't like that whole unity thing because it's like, oh, we was waiting for you. We was waiting for you. No, we're not doing that shit. We're gonna do what we gotta do. And whenever other motherfuckers want to start feeling like they're doing what they want to do, then they can do what they want to do. I don't even do that shit in my regular life. When I'm working with people, like I'll work with you, but understand that like I'm just working with you and I have my own shit that I do on the side. So, you know, I'm gonna do my shit. And and black people have shown a clear pattern that they're not capable of unifying. So I don't understand this push to try. I don't preach unity here. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't preach shit that has been proven that does not work. Where has there been a successful unification of black people that's done anything meaningful anywhere? Yeah, I don't like the problems that come with groups. Right. Exactly. But what they'll do is they'll do that and then they'll come here and then that's when they'll change into we're black people. I'm not just Somalian anymore and say black people need to do this, black people need to do that, black people need to do this, black people do need to do that. That's what Joy Reid does. That's why I always talk about her ass. Nobody else would do that from anywhere. No one else. And that's why we don't need unity. We don't need unity with people like that. If everybody's on the right page, then that is a group. That is unity. If everybody knows exactly what they're supposed to do and they're doing it, that is a group. You are working on a group objective. You're just not holding each other by the balls and doing it in a kumbaya. Like, we don't need to do that shit. That's some family happy day hippie weirdness. I don't need that universal love bullshit. Like, people need to take that shit out their vocabulary, man. 1960 civil rights and decolonization movements happening at the same time. I mean, I think that's just because people were finally just tired of it. That wasn't coordinated. I don't think there was any coordination with that shit whatsoever. I mean, you know, some Martin Luther King and Malcolm X might have had some cups of tea with a couple people and shit, but you know what I'm saying? What's good with it, bro? I'm still with you, just dropping Just doing some late night schoolwork. You dropping facts though, bro. Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. Like, and my thing is I'm also not telling people not to unify. I'm not saying that either. But what I'm saying is that this global unification dream, it sounds nice, but the white supremacy that people are talking about, for one, isn't even unified like that. And for two, if you're working on a set of objectives, you're already unified by doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the thing is that what everybody's talking about has already tried and failed historically. What I'm talking about hasn't even been tried yet. But everybody else's methodology of all of this inbred shit that they're going to lead everybody to the promised land with manna on has all failed. It's all ended in either degeneracy or has ended in the leaders being terminated, having their lives terminated. So none of this shit that anybody is preaching out here is successful. It's all failed. People are living in these realities, like these matrices, like the problems have been solved and shit. Nah, where we're at when it comes to empowerment is we gave it a good run. We're still at that. That's where we're at. No one's been empowered. We're still giving it a good run. And people got to remember that the longer you run, depending on if you're pacing yourself or if you sprint, at some point you're going to slow down. And remember, we're still giving it a good run because we haven't succeeded with shit. Currently, Somalia uses mostly in US dollars because of widespread counterfeit local currency, while the few genuine notes in circulation are old and dirty. So again, they're still using US dollars in all this. So you're tied into all these different financial systems with no way out, and you're already dealing with political and economic instabilities. Well, when it comes to us, for some reason, everybody wants to come up with these crazy ass rules and then move the goalposts all the time. And I don't have the patience for that shit. Me personally, I don't feel like dealing with that shit, and I'm not going to deal with it. I don't like inconsistencies, and I don't like being told what to do, and I don't like people's rules. I don't work well with others because I can do shit myself. And I have a really big problem with people who try to make me work with other people. I was one of them people, like in school, I didn't like groups. I don't like groups. A lot of times other people slow me down, and I don't want to be slowed down. I want to move at my own pace. And I don't think you should have to. Like, you shouldn't have to. And I'm not going to sit there and battle a whole bunch of people because they don't see eye to eye to me. That's fine. You win. I'll do my own thing. And then when you see me succeeding and you're still at square one, you can go ahead and copy what I did. But I'm not about to sit around and wait for you with all that dumbass shit, arguing and fighting. And I'm not doing that dumbass shit. I actually want to make progress. It's a lot of people that actually don't even want to see an end to any kind of situations that we have because their entire business is based off of people being stuck in degeneracy. That's why people don't give, like, when it comes to the content that I create, I want to give people the tools to where even if you stop listening to my content for a month, because a lot of times when you on YouTube, you listen to stuff in spurts, like you'll binge watch some shit for like a month, and then you won't watch some shit, then you will watch some shit. If you don't watch my content for a month, as long as you are able to use the tools that you picked up in my content to make better and well thought out decisions, then my content did what it was supposed to do. Because you're supposed to be independent. If you're independent, you don't need any unity. If all the states in the United States were independent, it wouldn't need to be the United States. They'd be strong enough to be states on their own. And then you could form a bigger alliance. I think we're thinking too small on that unity thing. Like, we don't need that shit. Just do the right shit. Motherfuckers know what they're supposed to do. It's very simple. There's one rule. Just don't be a damn coon. And motherfuckers can't even handle that. Motherfuckers want to redefine what coon is and all this other crazy ass. Like, get the fuck out of here with that dumbass shit. Complicating shit that's simple. Always try to optimize your own interests. That's it. That's what you should do. Ethically, always try to concentrate, optimize your own interests. That's it. Any way you can possibly multiply the amplification of optimizing your own interests, that's all you got to do. Some things you may not be able to do, some things you won't do. Just try to do the most. Try to have a 90% utilization on optimizing your own interests. And if everybody is doing that and behaving appropriately, then there's no need for unity because you're all doing the same shit anyway. That you're going to automatically empower each other. You don't need to be sitting on top of somebody and then somebody say, well, I believe in Islam. Well, I believe in Christian. I'm about to fight you over the white man religion that I believe in. You don't have to deal with all that dumbass shit because you ain't even around anybody. Neely Fuller Jr. said we shouldn't be around each other because we're toxic and we always fight. And he's right. It's sad truth, man, but it's right. Motherfuckers always looking for a stupid ass reason to fight somebody else and to bow down to a dub S. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, ethically optimizing your own interests. To me, being a coon is unethical. I don't feel the need to lead nobody. Like, I'm not anybody's leader. I say this shit all the time. I'm an analyst. I analyze data all the time. That's what I do. And then I give my opinion on the rendering from the data. I'm not sitting up here saying I got the kumbaya solution for black people. I'm not saying that I got the solution for world hunger. I don't have none of that shit. All I'm doing is looking at information and disseminating it. That's it. There are some people who tell you that they'll lead you to the promised land. Okay, whatever. Well, if they do, you know what I'm saying? Send me a postcard. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't me, though. I'm not out here telling you that. I'm not out here being nobody's voice neither, because I'm not nobody's voice. I'm my own voice. I'm reading my renderings of how I see my own information. But there are people that say that they want to do those things for you. Me personally, if they say that they want to do those things and they are showing evidence that they can do those things, if that's what you want to do, if you want to be led by one of those people, shit, let them lead you. Me personally, I don't like that. So that's not what I'll be doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be doing that. I got one more thing that I want to show you on this article. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, please help your boy out. The video is already, I think, at like, I want to say like 30 likes or something like that. So that's good. You know what I'm saying? Your boy is trying to get that 200 each time. So we getting there. You know what I'm saying? We getting there. So this is important right here. The payment system will enable more financial inclusion in a secure and safe manner. The impact on the economy will be unprecedented. It will boost trade and business. Now, here's a question, right? If you invested in Somalia, the investment will be very probably cheap. Yeah, that's facts. I rock to the beat of my own drum. Facts. Yeah, facts. Me too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't on that shit. Like, if there's certain shit I agree with, I agree. That's cool. Keep talking your shit. But I'm my own person though, because I'm under anybody's control or constraints. Like, I don't do that shit. It's bad enough that I gotta follow laws, you know what I'm saying, and ethical, moral bullshit. Yeah, there is a business around talking about race. I mean, honestly, these gender war conversations are nothing more than modified race talks. They're modified race talks. Especially when it comes to the black content creators. That's why you see so many retired pro-black motherfuckers as manosphere simps now. Because it ain't shit, but I'm gonna I'm gonna do this. I failed at this shit here, but now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mix this pro-black shit with a little bit of dating advice and call all these motherfuckers swirlers and bed wenches and shit. And but what I'm gonna do at the same time when I do that shit is I'm gonna talk about black women 24/7 like they ain't doing shit. And I'm gonna talk about how good black men is once in a blue moon, but I'm gonna drag them too. Instead of you're not talking about methodology. You're not talking about anything. Like, none of that shit is helping anything. All that shit is a modified race talk. And if you don't believe me that it's a modified race talk, it goes all the way. It always comes down to politics. The motherfuckers always end up talking about conservative or liberals or stupid ass shit like the Moynihan report. All of them, the males and the females, they're all grifters and hustlers. And while motherfuckers is sitting, while white people sitting up there calling, anybody that talks about race a race hustler, notice how white people aren't calling the real actual race hustlers, the Kevin Samuelses of the world, who are actually hustling on talking shit about black men and talking shit about black women. Notice how they're not calling him a race hustler. Notice how they're not calling Candace Owens a race hustler who makes money about talking shit about black people. They don't call them motherfuckers race hustlers, but the motherfuckers that actually talk about black empowerment, those are somehow the race hustlers. Like, that shit don't make any sense. Some motherfuckers are hustling race, but it's not the motherfuckers that you would think. It's not the ones that white people are telling you about. You know what I'm saying? If I sit here and talk about black women all day, that's race hustling. If I sit here and talk about black men all day, that's race hustling. And I'm getting thousands of dollars every live stream with super chats. Like, I'm not doing that. For one, I'm not sitting here going in on black men or black women all day because that shit is dumb to me. And for two, I'm not getting thousands of dollars in super chats. So you got to look at the people that are actually race hustling. That's an actual race hustle. I'm gonna just talk about your gender and your race all damn day because I ain't got shit else to talk about. I don't know about geopolitics. I don't know a motherfucking thing. I don't even barely know my address. Like, fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? That's all they do. That's why I don't do that dumbass. That's some elementary low IQ shit. What do them motherfuckers ever talk about other than stupid shit? When you ever see them motherfuckers do any kind of formula, or actually they talk about having these tech talks, when do they actually code some shit on the screen? I'm gonna show you how to do this. Okay, do it. Show me how to do it. Duh. Because they're dumb. And motherfuckers that are dumb are the ones that always go around trying to tell you that they smart. And they doing that shit because they're self-conscious of how stupid they are. Because they know they ought to be ashamed of themselves, and they know they should be smarter than they are. They just dumb. Look at this. Average California gas price is now over $5 a gallon. Did we not predict that? This is oil and gold railroad content right here. What y'all think? This is oil and gold railroad content right here. Yeah, I don't know why the white supremacists came out with the book called The Bell Curve. They should have called it The Flat Curve, The Flat Line. They should have made a book called The Flat Line. That shit would have actually been a little bit more honest. They're gonna call this shit a bell curve, like there's actually some shit in the middle with a peak on it. No, talk about that flat experience curve. That show you how much of a liar they are. You can't even call us dumb right with y'all dumbasses. Y'all supposed to be superior to us, and you can't even call us dumb in the correct way that we actually are dumb. Which really means that you're stupid. Tariq is a race hustler. He used to come to the UK and promote his documentaries. When the UK banned him and he lost his market, he is now against Caribbeans and Africans because it's the next hustle. I don't think that. For one, like, I don't understand, like, what's the problem with a black person promoting their product? If he produced a documentary and he goes and says, hey, buy my documentary, why is that not okay for him to do? But it's literally okay for all these companies to have all these, is okay for Norton to promote their product right here. Why is it not okay for Tariq Nasheed to promote his shit with a personal presentation, but it's not okay, but it is, that's not okay, but it is okay for Norton to have this in my face? Like, why is that okay? I don't understand that shit. African people are just really sensitive about Tariq because he roasts when people get out of pocket. He's not doing anything wrong or illegal. And I don't even agree with everything that Tariq Nasheed says. He says some things and uses some language that I don't really rock with like that. But he's not doing anything wrong, though. Like, he's not going at Africans because he got kicked out of the UK. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not honest or the situation. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't agree with everything, but anytime any black person ever tries to make any money, they always get called a scammer, and all we're doing is trying to make money. Why do black people do that to other black people? Yeah, didn't he make the 1619 documentary about Haiti? Hidden Colors. That's all black people do. Is how come black people don't never critique anything white? All motherfuckers do is just try to delegitimize something that some other black person is doing. That's that genetic shit, man. Shit is I don't want no. That's why I don't want unity with motherfuckers. I'll do my own damn thing. Shit. That shit is cringe. He still promotes Africanism. He literally says that. How do y'all listen to every fucked up thing that he says, but y'all miss every time he says he'd love to do business with the brothers and sisters of the diaspora? How do y'all sit there and lie like that? Like, seriously. He literally says it every stream. And then when it comes to roasting people, he literally shows the specific people that he's roasting. What the fuck be wrong with motherfuckers? When has this nigga just ever went on a xenophobic rant without being first provoked? Ever, like, drop the link in the chat to that. Because it would be on either Twitter or it would be on Instagram or it will be on YouTube. Somebody dropped the link of when Tariq Nasheed ever went on a xenophobic rant about Africans or non-FBA people without being first provoked. And this is, so what? Don't you understand that as an individual, you reckon you rep your whole group, which is why I'd be so embarrassed by some of the stupid ass shit that I see in the news that I see a lot of black men do. Like, I'm not out there doing that. I'm not out there driving vehicles into buildings, but that's a bad reflection on me. Because that's how the world wants to see black men as dumb. Every time I see one of these ignorant little dusty fucks in the news that kill somebody, I get pissed off. Why are you doing that when you know we got so many odds against us? Because every conversation that he's ever posted, that shit is all on the line. All you gotta do is go watch the content. One of them motherfuckers always calls in talking crazy to him, and then he goes in and he shows the tweets. African people right now are doing the same thing that white people did when he retweeted when that white boy went crazy and busted the cash register with his head. Everybody was talking about how Tariq is anti-LGBTQ when completely taking the focus off the fact that that white boy got violent with the black customer at that Holiday Inn. Like, y'all doing the same shit. He just starts up talking shit about it. When the fuck do he just start up talking shit about y'all? When does that happen? It only happens when somebody says some crazy ass shit to him. The shit is literally online. This is what I'm saying. If there's so many instances of him being as xenophobic as y'all say there are, drop the links in the chat and we can listen to them. where he just decided, you know what, today I'm just about to go in on African people. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. What up, everybody? It's your boy Tariq. Today I'm going to roast African people. When the fuck has that ever happened? That's not how that shit goes ever. No, it's not going too far. You don't see no issue with them people not keeping their mouths shut when they live in this. Trying to tell Tariq or any other FBA person that we need to shut up because those people aren't dealing with this. What the fuck do they think they have kind of say in our American affairs? Is that a link of Tariq just coming on saying some crazy shit? Or is it a clip? Okay. What's wrong with that? He's talking about the jollof rice and ackee and saltfish. I mean, what? I don't understand what's wrong. I mean, people talk about collard greens and sweet potato pie and chitlins and shit like that all the time. Who cares? Yeah, see, if it's 7 minutes, that's not a full, like, that's not the full context. You know what I'm saying? So we're really damaged because of talk of jollof rice. Like, we can't do this. We can't, man. We can't do that. People cannot be that weak. Who said I don't see his? This is what I'm saying, man. Y'all be on some deflecting ass shit. I swear. Did you stop and go take a class from motherfucking CJOJ? Where's she at? Is she in here and texting you some damn is she texting you some rebuttals or something? Who said I didn't see his faults? Didn't I just tell you that I don't agree with everything that he said? It's certain things that he says that I don't agree with, and certain shit that he says that I don't rock with. I don't like the verbiage that he uses. Did I not say that shit? But it's not any of those. Oh, the video of Tariq Nasheed being attacked by an he's always getting attacked by an African guy. Just like I was getting attacked in the comment section by them African people for out of the clear blue sky for no reason. Yeah, he got swatted. That shit happened. You know what I'm saying? But here's my question, though. How do you figure I don't see Tariq's faults? If I said in the beginning, I don't like certain things that Tariq says and I don't rock with everything that he says, how do I not see his faults? This is what I'm saying. Like, this is how disrespectful y'all can be. Like, you're literally calling me stupid. Like, you got, like, I don't, like, CJOJ does that same shit. Like, you're calling me dumb. I literally just said that I see faults in what he does. And then you turn around and say, how can you not see his faults? But then if I got on some rude shit and decided to just scorch the earth, start roasting, I'm being wrong after I just got called stupid. Then you need, what you should do is you should address the trolls. It's not about I'm not taking Tariq's side. What I'm doing is addressing the methodology. Because remember, this is auditing Africa. And one of the problems with Africa is its operations process. You see, like you and CJOJ have that incorrect thought process of not dealing with the root problem. You ever heard of root cause analysis? No, that's exactly what that's doing. I get it that you're not directly calling me stupid, but that's what you're doing. You're calling me stupid because you're saying what I said didn't matter, and then what I say only matters when you bring it up. I literally led with saying I don't agree with everything Tariq says. And then you said, how can you you know, how can you rock with him or whatever? How can you not see what he does wrong? How can you say that I don't see what he does wrong if I literally said I don't agree with everything that he does? Like, how's that work? Like, how can that happen at the same time? No, I didn't make a bunch of assumptions about how you feel in the trolls. All I said was what I've witnessed, and what I've witnessed from every interaction with Tariq going in like that is a troll initiating it. That's what I did. I talked about my experience. I didn't say anything about you. I don't know what you did or didn't do. What up with it, Skrillz? You know, if other people don't like someone, you are obligated to not like them as well. You got to agree 100%. He's a bastard because he talked about my favorite food. I mean, yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, facts. And my thing is like I said, I'm my own person. I don't follow anybody blindly. Certain things that he says that I agree with, certain things that he says that I don't. I don't care. That's the beauty of not having unity. You don't have to care. I don't care. He decides to hate me for whatever reason because I don't agree with one or two things that he says. That's his prerogative. Go play Bayangs for 50 seconds and damage my YouTube career. Like, I don't care about that shit. That ain't gonna do shit to me. I don't give a fuck about that. It's not just one Twitter space. It's literally every single one. And then the thing that's even crazier is that the African people always get with the racist white people and try to double team. But like, where's the energy for going at the people for doing that? Because that's unethical behavior. They said they want to see. That's crazy, man. They wanted to go that far. Them Al-Shababble boys would do it. They'd do all of it too. I know, right, Drevlock? No, because your views are incorrect and your views are biased, and you all can't get out of your emotions to see through your bias and how your bias is harmful. Your bias is only harmful to you. It's not harmful to anyone else. Your views are incorrect. They're also invalid, and they're not based on factual information. It's not a fact that Tariq attacks Africans. That's not a fact. That's wrong. But you want to continue believing that, so your views are incorrect. like certain things, I don't like certain things about Donald Trump. I don't like a lot of shit about Donald Trump, but some shit is just factually correct and some shit just isn't. Like, he wasn't involved with Russia. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? As much as people don't want to let that shit go, that's a fact. Because if I'm looking at this and I say that your name does not have ASHKIRO as the letters that make up your first name, if I say your first name is spelled ROBB, I'm lying. I'm not looking at objective data and disseminating it properly. And that's what you're doing. That's how I can say your views are incorrect. They're wrong. Just like people saying that Putin is crazy for saying that Ukraine has a Nazi problem. You're wrong. There's evidence that there is. It's easy. You can check them by saying, I know Tariq wasn't talking about me. Them trolls need to get under control, because that's not how I feel about my foundational Black American brothers. That's how you check those trolls. But I don't think that's how a lot of y'all feel. So that's why y'all don't do that shit. Because I'll tell you what, when I hear women make valid critiques of men, I don't say, oh, you bitch, you talking about all men. No, I'll be like, you know what? She right. Like, motherfuckers need to tighten their shit up. So it's possible y'all just choose not to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not about to make 50 million videos because a woman made a damn video critiquing men. Are you serious? That shit is weak, lame, and stupid. If you don't fall into that critique, you shouldn't have no emotion about the shit. You're clearly not being talked about. But if you do fall into that critique, instead of being an emotional motherfucker, maybe reevaluate and maybe try to eradicate that critique availability from what you do on a daily basis. But people can't seem to do that shit. I got to talk about Tariq, even though I know this nigga wasn't talking about me. I feel hurt. Okay. I could make content about mad content creators that say shit. And I could be like, yo, this motherfucker talking about me. Ain't nobody talking about my ass. Ain't nobody talking, like, come on, man. That's sensitive shit. You more hurt by like some shit about some damn jollof rice than the fact that, again, Ukrainians are getting pushed off of trains. Or I mean, Nigerians are getting pushed off of trains. His pettiness is exactly what's needed to wake people up. As far as I'm concerned, his pettiness is great. I don't like the pettiness of African people trying to tell me about America. I don't like that shit. I've never once in my life ever disrespected anybody of any other culture by trying to downplay their cultural experience or telling them what goes on in their country. I've never done that. But Africans have the audacity and the arrogance to always come over here and act as if there's some kind of genius about the United States when they don't even have a preschool education about the place where they came from. It's insane. I don't know what's more insane, the fact that they do it or the fact that they think that they have some kind of superiority and audacity to just be endowed to do it. I don't know which one is the worst. Because the reason why I say that is because it's the same thing with CJOJ sitting there talking about I'm anti-African. Like, are you serious? I'm doing a whole video series called Auditing Africa, doing an assessment about Africa to see what the hell keeps going wrong. But I'm anti-African because I'm saying what keeps going wrong. Like, that makes me anti-African because I'm criticizing everything about the country or everything about the continent and about the countries inside of it. That's the problem. That you just met the problem. If you don't care about Tariq's, no, not you. I'm talking about CJOJ. She says that. She says that I'm anti-African. If you don't care about Tariq's words, why are they bothering you? You notice how I don't really talk about people's words and shit? You notice how, like, I don't just talk shit about shit that other content creators say all day unless it's some interesting shit? It's because their words don't bother me. They really, for real don't bother me. But y'all can't let it go though. Like, y'all just can't, you know what I'm saying? Ruled by emotion. Yeah, exactly. If y'all want us to be tolerant of mistreatment, then let us mistreat the fuck out of y'all then. Y'all can be tolerated. Y'all can start with letting us mistreat the fuck out of y'all. See, y'all want to tell us that we need to be tolerant of white people mistreating us, but you're not tolerant to a Tariq Nasheed roast on Twitter that's not causing you any physical harm. Like, miss me with that shit. Like, what? You all need to be more tolerant so these white people don't bring down the hand of God on us now. But don't you say anything crazy about me. Don't you talk about no jollof rice. Are you serious? How is he a hustler? If you're not explaining how he's hustling, then it is based on emotion because you don't have a logical reason that's backed in fact. Where is a track record of him hustling? Do you know what hustling is? Hustling is getting money, scamming in a fast way by an illegal means. Where is your evidence that Tariq Nasheed has done that? Do you know how dangerous it is to keep repeating that a black man did that? Literally every black man that makes any kind of money is looked at like a hustler. If he is a hustler or he is a scammer, you better have receipts. Because you know why I'm lumping it? And I used to didn't have a reason. Now I have a reason. Because the Africans who don't say the ignorant stuff sit there and argue with people who critique the ones that do. That's why I say it. So that means that you don't have a problem with those ones that are saying it. You have a problem with the people fighting against it. Because the people fighting against it are the ones you're jumping in front of. See, like I'm talking about root cause analysis and I'm getting jumped in front of. But when Tariq Nasheed is going in, getting teamed up on by 5 Africans that you allegedly don't agree with, you're not in the spaces to call in and correct them. That's what I'm saying. Like thought process, logical. Y'all not logical. It's so many of y'all that disagree with this shit that them Africans say when they call in, right? Where the hell do y'all be at on the spaces? Because I'm sure he would let you call in. But see, the only problem is when people are critiquing that shit, people want to say, no, all Africans don't feel that way. All Africans don't feel that way. Okay, well, show me some ones that don't. Because the ones that do just keep popping up and I don't need anybody to show them to me because they're right there. Because it's so many of them. Yo, what up, DJ Elmo? Yeah. Wait, hold on. You get you a wrench? You don't have a wrench? You don't have a wrench, bro? Yeah, I was sleeping earlier, bro. Hold on, let me see. No, it's because you are directing it. No, where's evidence of this? Where is the evidence of this? We're directing it on ones that mind their own business. Where's the evidence of that? Who's doing that? Where's the evidence of that? Oh, yeah, I got you. I got you, bro. Comment on one of the videos and I got you. Cause then I can do it from my phone. Where's the evidence that goes on? You have to show me a case of this for me to even address anything that you're saying. First, you have to show me evidence of you all, quote, checking your own, which I've never seen any African intervene ever to be on Tariq Nasheed's side in any debate that he's ever had on Twitter Spaces. So I haven't seen any evidence in that context of, quote, checking our own. There's a whole entire terrorist group running around tearing Somalia up, and I don't see them getting checked by anybody. The United States just said because they didn't like how the election went in Somalia that they were going to unplug from the money and from the sanctions. I don't see the United States getting checked about that. So you got to show me evidence. And honestly, like that's me personally, I don't care. People call me racist. People call me homophobic. People call me a misogynist. People call me all that shit all at the same time. I don't give a fuck. The only thing I care about is the facts. And the facts are that I'm none of those things. So I don't give a shit what people say. See, you give a shit. Sometimes when I hear women going in on men, I laugh because that shit is funny. Because it's really funny when the shit is true. Like that, yeah, these motherfuckers right. That shit funny. Motherfuckers do be out here doing that shit. And then that's it. But y'all can't do that though. Like y'all can't let it go. And as long as y'all can't do that, you're gonna always be able to be easily manipulated. Y'all don't like Tariq Nasheed so badly that a white supremacist could easily manipulate y'all around y'all disdain for Tariq Nasheed. And you don't think that they see that shit? Like, it's just crazy. Now, didn't I just say people that call into Tariq Nasheed's Twitter spaces? Didn't I say that? Did I say anything about you or CJOJ? Check it. Did I say anything like that? No. Did I say you did or didn't do anything? No. Why do people do that? Why do people respond like that after something like after you've already said one thing? Why do they ask and respond and ask you, did you say something that they heard you not say? Like, I don't understand why motherfuckers do that shit. Where they at? How come they never get shared out? How many people be in them? Have any of y'all ever seen these African Twitter spaces talking about how embarrassing those trolls are? And I honestly don't believe that those are trolls. I believe that those are legitimate African people who were literally taught that way by generations of their family. Because they're African. The fuck? No, I'm not putting you in it. You're putting yourself in it. Like, I'm not putting you in it. You're putting yourself in it. The Jeff Younger protest? Nah. Shit, I'm a small channel. But my thing is that even before Twitter Spaces or any of that kind of stuff, I always knew a lot of African people had an anti-black sentiment, anti-black American sentiment. I had actually anti-black. I should just say anti-black because y'all, the way y'all be having civil wars over there, y'all clearly don't even like African people. So anti-black, we'll just stick with that. So I don't know. But this is root cause analysis, and this is a lot of problem because people either ignore this or forego it purposely. In science and engineering, root cause analysis is a method of problem solving used for identifying the root causes or faults of problem. When is the last time we did a root cause analysis of what's going on anywhere that has anything to do with black people? That I'll tell you why, because there's a lot of dumb black people, you know what I'm saying, who like to say, oh, you got your education from a white university. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. You dumb. And this motherfucker can't even read and shit. But you sitting there telling somebody that they dumb because they got their degree from a white university. And everybody likes the loudmouth with the gold teeth and the glasses and the flashy car and shit like that. So a bunch of motherfuckers follow this motherfucker right into the funeral and shit, right into the fire. You know what I'm saying? If people keep doing that dumbass shit, that's their fault. Somebody offers some solutions to you, but you want to listen to some con man and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because a motherfucker said some stupid shit. A lot of motherfuckers don't have a choice where they go to school. You ain't pro-black if you ain't go to no historically black college. Like, that's some dumbass shit. Them historically black colleges is ran by the boule. So what the fuck is you talking about? It don't matter where we're at. We're literally in the damn white supremacist capital of the world. What the hell do anybody expect? But you don't even have people that's alleged problem solvers, alleged community leaders. They don't even know what the fuck a root cause analysis is. That's white shit. Yeah, it'll help you deal with white supremacy if you actually sat your stupid ass down and did one of these. But you know, motherfuckers got it. They got it. You know, everybody know everything and shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody know everything. They don't get the visibility because it's not drama filled. Ah, okay. Well, maybe they need to make it drama filled then if they want visibility. I've said before, those anti-black Africans are embarrassing. Here's my thing. Why no one has a problem with when we talk about coons, but when we're talking about African coons, it's a problem. Like, I don't get it though. Auditing is absolutely important to future analysis. Check Michi X live on Twitter Space. Non-ADOS called in to say that they are against the trolls. I didn't even know Michi X did Twitter Spaces. I ain't even know that shit. But why? Like, okay, like I get it, and that's cool. But Michi X don't really be having that conversation though. So for them to call into Michi X's thing, and they know that Michi X kind of lightweight, her and Tariq kind of lightweight got issues, that's kind of suspect. Like they should have just called into Tariq's. Everybody know Tariq and Michi X ain't really like the best of friends. So I don't know what, like, if like they know that all the drama be going down on Tariq's. Yeah, I agree. That means auditing yourself for a better outcome in the future. It's on YouTube, not Twitter. Oh, I be watching Michi X's live streams. I definitely ain't seen that. She go live on IG too. I've never seen that episode. But I'm not saying it don't exist. I'm just saying I never seen it. Somalia and Somaliland are separate. I'd rather go to Somaliland. It's gotten better over the years. Can you explain that self-improving prophecy? Because I sure as hell I did not see that at all when I was looking at that blown up ass car. I saw a Somali, and a burnt up ass vehicle. So I don't understand how I don't get that. That doesn't make any sense to me. This is what I saw. So I'm confused. I mean, to me, the damn car got bombed so badly that the land and Somalia are fused together. I mean, that car is fused to the land. So I don't know. And I mean, if you're getting getting better from this isn't a compliment. Like I hope we're all aware of that. Like this getting better from that is still not acceptable living conditions. Like we're clear on that, right? It's two different countries, like North Sudan and South Sudan. Okay. Are they still war torn though? Are they still dealing with Al-Shababble? Is Al-Shababble still yodeling praises to Allah and driving around with flamethrowers out of the top of a rusted ass Jeep Wrangler for no reason, killing women and children? Are they still doing that shit with sandals on? But you're not answering my question though. Is Al-Shabaab still yodeling Alhamdulillah with flamethrowers? Like is the part of Somalia that you're talking about livable? Yeah, now see, that's interesting because the reason why I'm asking that is what the United States should be doing is if the United States is there, they should be moving to that part. That's the good part that you guys are talking about and helping build that up and defend it and let the other part burn itself out until it can kind of restabilize on its own. Okay. So then how come they're not letting that just be its own part then? See, that's good. So here's my thing. What did they do to get Al-Shabaab out? Because the rest of Somalia should probably use that model then. And then why isn't the United States government helping to secure that part where we know that there's no Al-Shabaab? You see, people should start putting some pressure on that and asking that question, because now that gives you some insight as to why the United States is there. I wouldn't be surprised if the United States tries to allow some Al-Shabaab or some group to infiltrate that area. So they need to start protecting that area. So now check this out. Root cause analysis can be decomposed into 4 steps. Y'all need to pay attention to this, because this is what Africa needs to do. We could do this shit too. Shit. Identify and describe the problem clearly. I don't think that that's been done. I honestly don't think that that's been done. Do you guys think that a problem has been identified and described clearly? I don't. I think people just tend to babble certain shit. I'm just gonna babble. White supremacy. Okay. What does that consist of? Well, white supremacy. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm still at square one. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, please help your boy out and hit that like button. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, please make sure that you share the video out. Has there ever been a root cause analysis done on any problem that we're dealing with ever in history? If there has been, type in a 1 and send me the link to the information. If there hasn't, type in a 2. A root cause analysis can be decomposed into 4 steps. Identify and describe the problem clearly. Establish a timeline from the normal situation up to the timeline the problem occurred. Distinguish between the root cause and other causal factors. Establish a causal graph between the root cause and the problem. Has this ever been done? Root cause analysis generally serves as an input to a remediation process whereby corrective actions are taken to prevent the problem from reoccurring. I think there needs to be some corrective action implemented to stop problems from occurring in the motherland and to stop them from happening, here with us. What's the corrective action when there's a problem? Besides people crying and making YouTube videos. Does anybody do anything other than cry and make YouTube videos? Has there ever been anything done other than that? Other than the tears, the juicy, delicious tears and the YouTube videos? The name of this process varies from one application domain to another. According to ISO IEC 31010, root cause analysis may include the techniques 5 whys, failure mode and effect analysis, fault tree analysis, Ishikawa diagram, and Pareto analysis. We should look at these things. If you guys are interested in looking at those particular things and applying them to the current situations that we have, type in a 1. If you're not and you think this is a stupid idea, type in a 2. Root cause analysis. When is the last time anyone did one? That's the question of the hour. When is the last time that anyone did a root cause analysis? There are so many brothers who are knowledgeable on the Somalia versus Somaliland situation. People go back and forth all the time. It's never ending. It's a very vast issue. Why don't they go back and forth with white supremacy? That's my question. Why are brothers going back and forth with each other as if we have the luxury to do that? Russia and the United States can fight with each other because they have successfully set up a system where their survival is damn near guaranteed down to a science. Since we haven't done that, I'm confused as to how we had a leisure to fight with each other like some stupid ass gerbils in a damn terrarium. I don't understand that. It's really kind of annoying. Like, my question is, what is the knowledge on the Somalia situation that those brothers have? What has that done as far as improving Somalia? Has it improved the GDP? Is there more land ownership? Do they have control of the military? Are there businesses? Are they developing new nuclear weapons so that they can defend themselves from white supremacists all over the world? What is the benefit that is coming from that? So they need to be able to protect themselves then, if that's the case. One of their number one things they should be worried about is to establish ways to make money and establish ways to make sure that nobody can harm them. Those are the two most important things they should be doing, because those are the most detrimental things that could occur. I think that the root cause analysis is part of an audit. That's good. See, that's good. Self-improving prophecy. People are going back to building businesses and buying land. The ones who are about it are doing it. The rest are bickering online. You know what? In the way that I look at it, let them bicker. As long as they're occupying each other and they're out of the way of those productive people so that the productive people aren't harmed by their stupidity, I'm okay with that. I'm all about people fighting and shit like that. You can go ahead and fight. If you want to go fight with some other stupid motherfucker, please do, because that decreases the probability of you fighting with me. That's one of the reasons that I'm glad that there's gangs, because as long as you actually operate on an honor system and you will only shoot another member of a gang, well, shit, I ain't got to worry about your dumb ass then, because I'm not part of a gang. So go ahead and deal with somebody else who's another degenerate. That's fine. That shit doesn't bother me one bit. I could give two shits less. As long as innocent people are out of the way and all you're doing is harming each other, just continue to harm each other. That's fine. Eventually, y'all get rid of each other. Make more room, and it'll have a more concentrated population of people that actually want to do something. Criminals should just go ahead and genocide themselves. which they're doing. So, you know what I'm saying? That's a self-solving problem. Did we talk about oil soaring? Didn't we predict that this would happen? I just want to make sure that we've clarified. I just want to make sure. I need y'all to explain to me in the comments exactly. I need y'all to explain to me in the comments exactly how the price of gas rose. That's what I need. I need y'all to explain how this happened right here. How this shit happened. I'll check it out. Ash Kiro. Check out Telesom. Somaliland had mobile banking. I believe it. As if that's one that listen, man. I know I believe it. I'm just gonna put it like that. Bro, I'm from the Midwest. I trust me, I know. You right about that. You ain't never lied. Gas price tops $4 a gallon nationwide. Now, there's a lot of things that we could learn from this, y'all. And I want y'all to pay close attention. Don't just be sitting there letting shit go in and out of your damn ears. Pay attention. Was there an opportunity to make money here? Yes or no? Was there an opportunity to make money here? Yes or no? Raymond says yes. How many yeses do we have? Was this an opportunity to make money? Yes or no? Everybody complaining about the gas price. Oh, damn it, this gas price is $5 an hour. It's $5 a gallon. Shit, now I don't know. I'm only had to put half in the car. But I put money on it. I guarantee you, there's a lot of motherfuckers out there that look like Mitch McConnell that made a lot of money with the gas price going up. I bet you was a whole bunch of motherfuckers that look like Mitch McConnell sitting there talking about, bank account looks quite nice today. My bank account looks quite nice today. Look at all the investments, Mortimer. Things are looking green on the charts. Things are looking green. Euro and US dollar, more pain ahead as Biden considers a ban on Russian oil imports in the United States, and our gas prices are already up to $5. What is this going to do? Is this going to increase the price of gas even more, or is it going to decrease the price of gas? How would you make money on gas price fluctuations? See, anytime you look at anything, you should always be thinking about how you're going to make money on any movement of anything. Yeah, you know Mortimer from Trading Places and shit with Eddie Murphy. Mitch McConnell, an old Trading Places looking ass motherfucker. The euro US dollar pair has rebounded from 108, which seemed to be a dead cat bounce in absence of any fundamental trigger. The DXY has slipped below $99 amid uncertainty over U.S. inflation numbers. You see, now we're getting into this economic stuff. Does any of this stuff look familiar? Now we're getting into that economic stuff. This is the numbers right here. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all don't know what I'm talking about with any of this stuff, y'all need to go back and watch all those other videos. Watch those old videos. Euro events this week. Look at this. ECB's monetary policy, GDP numbers, and employment data. What y'all think? So my question is, how many of y'all made money off of the gas price increase? Because I gave you guys all of the economic tools to understand how things will go up. Didn't we predict that the gas price will go up? Gas is a commodity. Didn't I say on that one video, I'm gonna make a YouTube channel called the Oil and Gold Railroad, and it's about commodities. Didn't I tell you that shit? See the date? March 6th. What y'all think? So the thing that y'all need to come with is we need to understand how you can invest and earn the benefits of the fluctuation in the gas price. Now, I'm about to ask y'all, how do you earn the benefit of the fluctuation in the gas price? How do you do it? It's not that hard. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, hit that like button and smash that bell. How do you do it? How do you earn the money from the fluctuation of the gas price? Everybody likes to make money. I mean, shit. You know what I'm saying? So how do you do it? How is it done? What are we doing out here? Average California gas prices now over $5 a gallon. Y'all could have made some money. The average price of a gallon of self-serve regular gasoline in California is now a whopping $5.28 compared with $3.73 at the same time a year ago, according to the latest data from the American Automobile Association. So this is information from AAA. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Oh, they got a nice chart. Look at this. This is dope right here. How do you invest in commodities? There's many different ways, and that's true. That's absolute facts. So that is right. How do you do it though? What's the process? How do you invest in some commodities? Look at this. Look at this. Look at these gas prices over here. County retail prices. Look at how expensive this shit is in all these different places. Today's national average is $4. Today's California average, $5.43. Look at this. This is the highest. This price here. This is the highest recorded average price. It's broken a record. You guys see this? It broke a record. What do you guys think? That's wild. Man, that's crazy. What? What? Look at that. Ooh-wee. Man, that's wild. That is wild indeed. Look at this. In Los Angeles County, the average gas price for regular grade fuel is $5.37 per gallon, up from $4.67 a month ago and $3.79 a year ago, according to AAA. The national average is $4 per gallon. $4 per gallon. I got a question for you guys. Do you guys think that anybody made any money off of this? Who do you guys think made money off of this, and what do you think they're going to do with the money that they made? How to invest in oil. Open an account and select a crude oil commodity fund like Bloomberg Index, or take long or short positions using spread betting. Buy stocks on oil BP companies like BP. Those are great suggestions, DJ Elmo. Are you guys reading this? If you guys want to make some money on some damn commodities, I would suggest you probably do a little bit of research on what DJ Elmo just put in there. Oh, you already know. Senators made money. Facts, Ash Kiro. The Bushes made money. Facts. So I'm gonna put that back up. My bad, because my bad, Tia. I didn't realize you was reading it. Experts say Russia's war on Ukraine and an increase in gas demand, coupled with reduction in total supply, are contributing to the prices. This is all stuff that we talked about. Did we not talk about supply and demand and how supply and demand dictates prices? Did we not do that? So, if you understand economics, if you understand human behavior, then again, you can basically predict everything that's going to happen. None of this is a difficult situation to predict. I mean, we literally predicted all of this stuff with ease. Look at this, which will probably keep rising as crude prices continue to climb. So remember, if crude oil is used to produce gas, remember, if the commodity that it's a component of is raising, then what else is going to happen? Well, I mean, it kind of is, because their shipments are going to get paid more because it costs more money for the delivery trucks to deliver stuff. It costs more money for planes to fly. If the planes are charging more, if the planes are and the cars are getting more expensive gas, that's gonna cause travel to cost more. And that means that those distributors are going to be charging the grocery companies more. Yeah, anything, shipping, boating, plane, trucking, anything that's attached to gas, cutting your lawn, you know what I'm saying? Your generator, Vaseline. See, oil soars. What did it say in that last article that we had up there? It said that if the price of oil soars, then the price of gas will soar. Just imagine if you had investments in oil and gas at the same time. Now, just like how you would probably make more money because it's going up at the same time, then guess what? If you bet it wrong, you would lose money just as fast. You would lose money just as fast. Exactly. There's polymers that Drevlock is talking about. That's facts. Don't forget plastic, fibers, chemicals, fertilizer is another one. This is a ripple effect. Gas is the base of everything because everything gets transported with vehicles that use gas. Name me one product that doesn't get transported through a vehicle that doesn't use gas. I'll wait. Tell me that. So that means that at that bottom level of the transportation chain, anything that's closest to the bottom level, if that has a price increase, then everything above it is going to have a price increase. What's an EV, Tia? I'm not sure what an EV is. What is that? I have an electric mower, but I was worried about EVs because in Michigan, the weather tends to impact EVs. They're out of price range right now. Already told my mechanic there's a car. Oh, electric vehicle. Okay, I got you. See, that's how old my ass is. I didn't know they had no shit like that called that. I just thought that motherfucker was just some shit. I don't know. I knew they existed, but I never knew that, we had a little acronym for them. Even before Russia, one of the world's top producers of petroleum and other crude oil, invaded neighboring Ukraine and set off Europe's largest ground war in more than 75 years, gas prices had ballooned in reaction to pandemic, supply chain issues, and inflation. Uh-oh. Exactly. I agree with what Drevlock is saying. Even electrics are affected. Transport of coal. That's facts. Look at this. Even before Russia, one of the world's top producers of petroleum and other crude oil, invaded neighboring Ukraine and set off Europe's largest ground war in more than 75 years, gas prices had ballooned in reaction to pandemic supply chain issues and inflation. See, and we talked about this one specifically. You see what DJ Elmo says? Relevant. Wheat commodity prices are rising. We can also invest in this. Why is it rising? What is the mechanics behind the elements that are making it rise? We have two things that are in a situation where they're skyrocketing: wheat, oil, and gas. Why are those three things moving in the direction that they're moving in? Well, you have to pay attention to the economy, Ashkiro, because if you knew the way that the events take place in the world, you'd have been able to predict this. If you watch the older videos, we predicted this. We knew this would happen with everything, including the wheat. We talked about all of this in detail. We don't need them to tell us anything. We can do our own analysis and see where stuff is going. What do you guys think? Wheat, gas, crude oil up due to supply constraints. Yeah, we predicted all this. You got to watch those old videos and look at the date on them. How many times I'll be telling everybody, watch the old content. If you miss a stream, make sure you watch it. I did more than one about this too, where we talked about this shit. All of those most of the Russia ones. Any of those Russia report streams. You know, wheat is one of Africa's biggest export or imports. They're not even exporting wheat. So we got to ask why that's going on. I know. What is that? Ethiopia? They have a what? What was it? 70% dependence on Ukrainian wheat? Yeah, that's facts. We'll definitely be looking into that. Biden's billion-dollar infrastructure injection will benefit construction companies, telecom companies in coming years. So invest in these industries. I agree. I totally agree. Top wheat exporter: China, India, Russia, Canada, US, Australia, Pakistan, Ukraine, and Germany. China, India, and Russia supply the vast majority of it. See? See? They like each other. Yeah, facts. Earl Swanson, a professor of economics at UC Irving, said low-income residents will be hit the hardest by the rising cost of gas and housing. And you guys remember, we already talked about the rising price of housing this morning when we looked at that article about San Francisco. Eventually, he said it will lead to this. See, look, there we go. He said what Moxie just said. Eventually, he said it will also lead to higher prices for transported goods. Of course it will, because their trips are going to cost more. Here's my question. How are they locked out of the market? How do you have the most, like, how is your entire continent a treasure chest and you're locked out of the market? How does that work? In many places across the Southland, they already have. Carlos Perez, who owns CP Towing Service in El Monte, said increased gas prices recently forced him to raise his rates for several services, including a simple tire change and hauling crashed vehicles. That's just the business, he said. Everything is going up. Perez, who is 55, runs the company on his own and often works 14-hour shifts, typically covers Los Angeles and Orange counties, but sometimes makes farther pickups, he said, including one that was 700 miles away. To cover that kind of mileage, he fills up his 2016 Peterbilt flatbed truck almost every day, shelling out $200. Woo! Each time, up from $160 this time last year, he said. Damn. What y'all think about that, man? That's a lot. What's causing it to go up like that? So check this out. Imagine if each little gas thing was $200. If you bought them all at $160 each, you'd have made $40 on each one. You'd have made $40 on each one. You see that? It has been challenging, but Perez finds encouragement from his customers' loyalties and positive views. Gas is high, but what can you do? I'm happy work hasn't stopped. What do you guys think about that? Interesting. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? Pretty interesting. Why are the gas prices so high? Why are they so high? We talked about this. We need to be predicting this stuff way before. Gas prices top $4 a gallon nationwide. It's an all-time record, and it could be broken this week. Imagine people who are invested in gas. Imagine people who are invested in gas, and people that are invested in oil. You guys need to be thinking about this. Yeah, they just hit a lick. Now, who hit the lick? The people that own the gas companies, right? Don't all those Russian oligarchs own the gas companies? So the United States and Russia are both making hell of money from this. But this ain't black shit, so who gives a fuck? It's black. This ain't black shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Joe Biden said. Because that's what motherfuckers say all the time. I ain't the one that said that shit. I am not the one that says that shit. So it looks like there's some things going on that you all might be interested in. Now, I got a question for you guys. I care until we find something new for all of our energy sources. China already got that fake sun. China's already got the fake sun. You guys know the answer to this? Is war good for economies? History informs future. Facts. Oil price shocks of 1970s is a good case study. I agree. Is war good for economics? I need to answer for that question, guys, and not from the article. I need it from y'all. Is war good for economies? Yes or no? Why or why not? Is war good for the economy, guys? I need to know. Every day we hear stories of death, destruction, and natural disaster. Yet, does misery bring an opportunity for growth? That's a good question. They're on some philosophical stuff. Tia says yes if you sell war products. What are war products? Is food a war product? Didn't America, Japan, and South Korea rise out of the ashes of war stronger than ever before? Parable of the Broken Window. In 1850, French economist, author Frederick Bastiat introduced us to a lesson hidden within a tale. A shopkeeper's careless son breaks a window. Anyone who sees his misfortune offers him words of consultation, all suggesting that good things come from the bad things that happen every day, like broken windows. If they didn't, then the glass business wouldn't survive, right? It's thanks to the careless son that the shopkeeper's money goes to the glazier and moves into the circulation. This argument is often applied to the cost of war. During the 20th century, Asia experienced its own broken window story. Facts. DJ Elmo is correct. Geopolitical issues always increase oil prices. Always. And there will always be geopolitical issues as long as we live on the earth and there's politics. So as long as you understand what geopolitical issues affect the oil price, you can always make money on oil. Do you guys agree or do you disagree? We could start we'll be the first YouTube investment firm. This stuff is so easy. You learn the basics and then you learn the little complicated stuff. See, that's why it's important. All this stuff goes together. Auditing Africa led us here. Y'all be thinking I'm just kidding, but I be having a method to my madness. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure that you smash the like button and hit the bell. Also, if you haven't shared the video out, please make sure that you share the video out. And remember, when you guys see those small videos, those 45-second videos, make sure that you guys smash the like buttons on those. All right. Two of Asia's largest economies went from poverty to industrialized nations in just a few decades following the continent's most brutal wars. I mean, if when people talk about Africa, I always ask, well, why don't they ever look at how a lot of the countries in Asia turned around when they were dealing with war? See, the difference is that Asia didn't have all that shit going on. They didn't have the UN and all that shit all up in there. China didn't have the United States in there tearing shit up and messing shit around. Vietnam did, but even Vietnam kicked the United States out. The civilians and all them kicked the United States out because everybody knew what the United States was doing. They didn't want to deal with China as a world power, so they kept causing problems with little countries around China to be able to get close to China. The same shit they doing right now with Russia. Same shit that they do in the hood. Both Japan and Korea's economies grew by double-digit figures following World War II and the Korean War. You see this? Now, did y'all know that we're still currently in a state of war with Korea? The Korean War never had an official end. Did y'all know that? Like, were y'all aware of that? If you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you smash the like button. And also, please make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell icon twice, all right, to make sure that you get notification. And also make sure that you follow me on my other social media, all right? Sometimes Twitter notifications and Twitch notifications are the only way that people ever know that I go live. You know what I'm saying? Despite the death and destruction, was war actually good for these countries? That's the question. We can answer that by starting before World War II in Japan. Ready for war. Japan was a country well set up for war preceding World War II by centuries. Since the 1600s, the country had developed currency as well as sophisticated credit market based on its rice trade. You see that? A commodity. This is old school stuff. The principles of economics and how the world moves and how money moves. Oh, that's what's up. Your dad served during the Korean War? That's what's good. This is all old stuff. None of this stuff is new. None of it is new. It's been around forever. In 1868, under Emperor Mihai's rule, Japan was well on its way to industrialization. In an effort to restore empirical rule and to strengthen the country against colonial powers, the government built a strong manufacturing industry. The country's heavy industrialization led to its rise as a military power, and with the means to fight, it entered major 20th century wars and colonized parts of Asia. So again, they followed the model. That's why they're the model minority, because they're following the pre-cut model of white supremacy by colonizing smaller, weaker countries instead of leaving people the fuck alone. You see what DJ Elmo said? War is good for the economy. It generates indirectly increase in government spending and growth shortly after it's over. World War II, UK's Kine economics Marshall Plan, the GI Bill, Japan. He's correct. While Japan was at war, manufacturers, suppliers, distributors, and banks all worked closely together. When these companies work closely together, they create this thing called synergy. They also create what's called economies of scale and economies of scope. If you know what an economy of scale and the economy of scope is, type in a 1. To ensure that there were sufficient supplies and weapons for military campaigns, the government convinced the country's bank and other financial institutions to support war efforts when necessary. There you go. The government convinced the country's banks and other financial institutions to support war efforts when necessary. Why would they do that? Yeah, there was a guy named Joseph Deming who was a Japanese guy. He was real big, and was he Chinese or Japanese? I think he was Japanese. Joseph Deming or Edward Deming. Maybe it was Joseph. No, I agree. I totally agree, Deref. It's always a horrible plan from the government. The war is good for the economy. Yeah, that's I mean, on paper, yeah, in application, maybe not so much. And you're right, though, Carla. They absolutely did that. Effective demilitarization. When Japan eventually surrendered, it was forced to dismantle the military. See that? It wasn't allowed to have a military. It was allowed to just be free and open to be messed with. You think that's okay? That's not okay. The government began to direct banks to invest in the manufacturing industry for the good of the economy. Japanese companies eventually began to churn out high-quality consumer goods that could be exported. Factories across the country were filled by hundreds of engineers, scientists, and workers that were once employed by military factories. Some even went on to start companies that are now household names like Sony. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? Sounds to me like they are telling us a clear message. And what is that clear message? What's that clear message that they're telling us? Japan came back strong and has been a superpower in business ever since. That's facts. That's big facts. Take advantage of wartime. We could have took advantage. We could have made money on wheat and gas. Now I got to ask you guys a question. Are we ever going to let any opportunities like that slip away ever again? Or no? I guess that remains to be seen. I guess that remains to be seen. Are you all subscribed to the Oil and Gold Railroad? If you're subscribed to the Oil and Gold Railroad, type in a 1. If you're not, type in a 2. If you haven't subscribed yet, the link is pinned in the comment section. You're definitely not going to want to miss streams that go there. Because we're literally looking at the way that the world is changing. Now, this is how people can plan to come out on the other side in the good way of bad and crazy situations. Okay? Oh, no problem. The euro dollar pair has rebounded superficially after hitting the 9-month low of 1.0820 on Monday. The rebound is not backed by any fundamental development in the world economy. Therefore, electing the risk aversion theme would be optimal at this point. However, see this? The oil situation is getting worse as President Joe Biden is considering a ban on Russian oil imports in the U.S. without the participation of allies in Europe, at least initially. So this is some cowboy shit that Joe Biden is just doing on his own. I'm just going to do this. And it's going to affect a lot of prices. Now, those price increases can do one or more things. They can make it where you're getting money, or they can make it where you're spending money. Which way would you guys like to have those price changes affect you? See, so you're not stuck. You're not a victim. You're not just subject to prices changing, because you can be on the other end of those prices changing and be making money from how those prices change. But here's the problem, though. Nobody's taught anybody that. So now people will just say, well, I wasn't taught that. People got to teach themselves stuff. You shouldn't have to be taught survival. You know what I mean? Exactly. Get money. It's not hard. We're going to look at all of this stuff. Because it's all important. And it all ties in. And it can help you make money. Look at the price of copper. Copper climbs towards 12,160 on a break above the 10,070 area. Look at this. We're going to talk about all these. Look at this. Oil is to hover around $125 a barrel by June. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Things may stabilize. Things may not stabilize. But as long as we have a situation going on where there is a war that is contributing to the instability, yeah, things are going to keep changing at a very fast rate. You know what I'm saying? They're going to change at a very fast rate. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we are aware of those changes And it's our responsibility to make sure that we take advantage of those changes and that we're in a situation where we can take advantage of those changes. So, Somalia is not looking very good on the audit. None of these audits have gone very well. There's been extreme, unnecessary, fundamental dysfunction with every audit that I've done as far as what's going on in a lot of these countries. My question is why? The audits paint a very different picture than what people say. I don't understand that. I don't understand how there can be that stark of a difference between reality versus what's being said. I mean, you know, as long as people are sane, you should be saying what's true. So that's weird. But who knows? Who knows? But hopefully after you guys watch my streams, you will know a little bit more than you did before you started. All right. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the video. I really appreciate everybody for sticking around. If you haven't smashed the like button, please make sure that you do. If you're not subscribed to Oil and Gold Railroad, make sure that you smash the like button over there and hit the bell over there. And I will catch you all on the next video. All right. Peace.